Okay, so we're now live, and I'm going to tweet out the link to this stream. And as far as I know, the only one that's going to be talking about the Video Game Awards is Short Fat Otaku, who I believe is currently streaming. But I wanted to talk about a little bit about what's being talked about with the Game Awards, and a little bit about the industry as it is right now, because I think that what this showcases, what this award show showcases, especially with the three figureheads of Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo coming out and talking about, we need to unite together, et cetera, that sort of vague language. It's because this year for gaming hasn't been very good. Like, I know that they set a record in profit, I think, this year, but I don't. I really do think that this year for gaming has been quite bad, because it has taken quite a bad hit in terms of reputation. And you can see that mainly through Bethesda and other corporations like that, alienating, and EA, alienating their own fan bases and launching duds and having to give like discounts right out of the gate just to basically retain a player base. Uh, those are the issues that are going well underneath the radar for the Game Awards. So what I'm here to do is throw a nice cold glass of ice water on what's being shown here, and the idea of like everything, go back to sleep, everybody. Everything's fine. What was the name of the guy? Baghdad Bill, whatever the guy's name was, where like everything is just fine. Everything is okay. Everything is perfectly fine. Because like I've said, as I've talked about in the past, as it relates to gaming, like, I'm telling you, all that is required is for some new hot shit to come along, and all of this is over. Like, this fucking gravy train is over. And I know that it's kind of a contentious issue, because I don't think a lot of these AAA companies could survive that, because of how dependent they are on microtransactions and the rest of that to turn a profit for all the overhead they have. Or maybe not overhead, but cost as it relates to these games. I don't think that they'll be able to survive if you have billions of dollars less in sales. So I wanted to talk about something that I found funny. I'm watching the Yang Ye stream in the background, so I'm half paying attention to that to see that comes up. I just saw that that stupid activist organization, Women in Games or whatever, that popped up for 5 seconds, and it's like, okay, let's get off screen, go to something else, because it's like, yeah, if you want to know what's killing gaming, boom, there's an example right there. But that's not what I really want to talk about, because I've talked about that. Apparently Red Dead Redemption 2 just won best score. Well, that's not exactly, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think the score for Red Dead was that great, but I can't really think of anything else from this year that was that great anyways. So I don't suppose it really matters. Apparently Jeremy is just live tweeting. I'm not sure if no, he's not streaming. He's just live tweeting it. Let me see here. Give me a second here, because I actually have something to show to you. So let me quickly look it up. Because the new Far Cry was just announced, and it appears to be a direct sequel to Far Cry 5. But I want to showcase to you something that I've noticed, which is I don't know what you'd call it, but it's like an internal trend within the gaming industry. It's basically when you see something that another studio does, so you replicate it, but so do like 3 other dev teams. Like they all replicate the same thing. So it's basically like, yeah, none of you actually have any original ideas and you're just copying each other. Hold on a second. Let me, I'm trying to find a good image to show you as an example. Give me a second to find a good example. I don't know if I'll be able to find one for this specific example to give you. But I think this may have started with Rage, the original Rage. God damn it, I can't find a good example for this. Is this it here? I guess this is gonna have to do. Let's see. Is there anything else? I don't know if there's any good examples here. Let me see if I can find. And this isn't really the best thing that I can show as an example, but okay. Yeah, this'll do. This'll do right here. So that's one. And let me get up Far Cry New Dawn, which is the one that was just announced. Okay, this is a perfect image right here. This is perfect. Let me make that full size if I can. There we go. That's good enough. Okay. Oops. Got that. And let me look up Rage 2. And let me see if I can find a better image than that. No, they don't really seem to have an example of what I'm talking about. For a game that's like not all that far away, it's kind of funny to me that they don't really have any good screenshots to show you an example of what I'm going to be talking about. I guess this is going to have to do. All right, so let me get this on screen and I'll show you what I am going to say, what I mean by the fact that companies, for whatever reason, or dev teams more specifically, are not very innovative in some ways. And this is an example. I've seen this in the past before, but let me give you an example of what happens when gaming developers don't really have many ideas, and so they just start copying each other. So the first example I'm going to give you is the Pack. So the Pack was a faction in the expansion for Fallout 4. It was called Nuka World. Now, I actually liked Nuka World, but I did not like the Pack. Why don't I like the Pack? Because they are a bunch of overly colorful, cartoonish, ridiculous raiders. They look fucking stupid. They're ridiculous in that they dress like clowns, they're colorful, and they're supposed to be the good guy raiders in essence, even though they're all supposed to be, whoa, they're crazy psychos, and etc., etc. They're stupid. They are a stupid faction in Fallout 4. And I know that people complain about the Fallout 4 factions. They are one of the worst. They are boring and gaudy and safe. And this is their characteristic. This is their aesthetic. Overly colorful, animal style, in bright colors, bright neon colors. They're super zany and colorful. Whoa! How edgy are they, man? Super colorful raiders. Post-apocalyptic raiders. So let's go over to Rage 2 and whoa, super colorful raiders, man. Whoa, look out, man. They're edgy. There's something different. There's something new. It's the post-apocalypse, and you got raider gangs, and they're super colorful. Look at the color explosions. Whoa, she's got a mohawk. How zany. Whoa. I've never seen this exact same thing before. Whoa. So you keep that in mind. And Rage 1 had not an entirely duplicate aesthetic, but a similar aesthetic in being zany and over the top. I really disliked Rage 1, by the way. So we go to, whoa, Far Cry New Dawn. Whoa, dude, they're like post-apocalyptic raiders that are super colorful with improv weapons. Whoa, 70s smiley face. Oh, no one's done that before. Man, a colorful post-apocalyptic game with raiders. Whoa, dude, look, she's got a shield with all kinds of generic tribal symbols on it and skulls that look like graffiti. Everything's so colorful. Look at all the color in the post-apocalypse. Nobody has done this before, man. Whoa. So, yeah, this is not the first time that I've noticed like something this before, where all of a sudden, again, by the way, this is one game that came out. Okay, when did Fallout Nuka World? Let me look up when that came out. When did Nuka World come out? August 30th, 2016. Okay. So this is 2 years ago. Now we have two games that are coming out next year, I believe. Both of these are coming out next year. One in February and whenever the fuck Rage 2. When's Rage 2 coming out? June of 2019. There's probably going to be a delay, and it's like August or something release. So months apart, you have games with very similar aesthetics to their crazy, over-the-top raider factions. This has been done. This is old. This is an old aesthetic. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? It's boring to me. It's something that has been tried. But the thing is, though, is that it is safe. It is safe for you to do. I'm having some problems with the event page. I'm trying to get up the tab to see the comments, but I'm having difficulties getting that. Okay, there we go. The live control room. Okay, now we're good. So let me check the chat on that and see if I'm alone in that opinion. Far Cry 5 was not entirely awful. I've warmed to it over time. Let's see here. Let's see. I don't know. Let's just catch up with where we are at the beginning of the chat. Far Cry and Rage suck. So Far Cry hasn't always sucked. It seems like that people have grown less and less tolerant of it as time has gone on. And that is because of Far Cry 4. I think Far Cry 4 sunk the series for a lot of people because it was very much just a reskin 3. Rage 1 was awful. Far Cry 4 I will defend, but it was pretty lazy of a game. It didn't really do anything new. And a lot of people shit on it for that reason, fairly unfairly. Are the Raiders lesbians? They're twin sisters from appearances. Let's see if they showcase them here. Hold on. Let me see if I can find another article. Far Cry New Dawn. There we go. Do we have any new ones that actually talk about? Okay, here's one on The Verge. So this is, in fact, a direct sequel to Far Cry 5. apparently 17 years after the nuclear ending of Far Cry 5, and they featured um uh not is it Joseph Seed? Which Seed is the father? I always forget. Jacob Seed is the older brother. John Seed is the younger brother. Joseph is the is father. So yeah, these are the two villains right here. I don't know if they've named them yet. I call them insecure mulattoes because that appears to be what they are. Because that's actually a real thing. I don't know if anyone has really seen this, but I've actually experienced this in Far Cry 2 was garbage, Sage Theory. So you're wrong. Uh, Far Cry 2 was the worst Far Cry, and I will go on record for that. Far Cry 5 is better than Far Cry 2. Far Cry 2 was an abysmal fucking game. And the only reason people praise it is because they started with it. And that's one of the things I always notice when somebody says this objectively poor game is the best game in the series, it's because you started with that game. That is exactly why. It's true for Max Payne. It's true for Mafia. It's true for a number of series. Anyone that goes, this is the best one, it's yes, because you started with that game, bro. Anyways, and that's actually true with me for maybe actually it's not true because I started with GTA 1, but I still defend Vice City as one of the best, if not the best, Grand Theft Auto. That's contentious. Everyone thinks that San Andreas was the best one, which it's because you started with it. Far Cry 2 was garbage. Suck my ass. Comments on atheism is unstoppable's views on you. Atheism is unstoppable. Unstoppable has no idea who I am. Far Cry Instincts. All early GTAs are dog shit. Wrong. That is a wrong belief. I'm sorry, wrong opinion. See, people talk about Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon was kind of just a meme. I don't really. I played Blood Dragon. I thought it was fun and funny, but I honestly thought that it was just more of a meme than anything. I think that if they made a Blood Dragon 2, it would be shit. GTA 4 does suck. I have to look at the YouTube Rewind video, but I'm not surprised that people hate it. Actually, let me check in with the live stream. Is this another Nintendo game? Another Switch game? Another remake of a remake to a sequel 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 that everyone thinks is 10 out of 10 game of the year? Whoa, man, I remember playing this exact kind of game when I was a kid, and they've made it 5 times over again. I think, honestly, Nintendo is... Nintendo games, not just, like, the Nintendo brands, like Mario and that, and Zelda and that, and the games that have always been Nintendo games, but, the games that are on Nintendo now that are sequels of sequels of sequels of sequels of sequels, they get a pass, honestly. Even Sonic, despite how much people meme and shit on it, it honestly gets a pass in many ways compared to, like, no one shits on the Nintendo games like they shit on the, AAA games that are on consoles or on PC. There's no comparison. They were virtue signaling and YouTube Rewind, politics over YouTube. Well, that's unsurprising. I didn't play God of War at all. I've never been a God of War fan. I've never played any of the God of War games, and I will not start anytime soon. Why am I being dick tonight? Because I'm throwing a glass of cold water on this award show because it deserves it. They're hyping up way too much. And the thing is that a lot of what they're doing with this game award show tonight is they're trying to sidestep the fact that this has in fact been this whole year for gaming has not been fucking good. Like, people can talk about esports and Fortnite all they want. Bro, that is just flash in the pan bullshit. Like, people have no idea, like, the idea that a fad is actually going to mean anything in the long run for gaming. Like, if you actually give a shit about gaming, a lot of this casual based flash in the pan, the 9-year-olds are spending $1 billion on this one game. That's like even the people that made Fortnite. Somebody quick shout it out in the comments section. Who made Fortnite? Who made it? What's the company behind it? Really quick. They just created a platform to compete with Steam. Shout it out in the comments section if you wouldn't mind. Epic Games. Thank you. Sorry, chat. Epic Games. The reason why they're not making fucking Fortnite 2, the reason why they're not doing anything other than getting into the same business as Valve is because they realize that this is a flash in the pan game. This is nothing more than the current fad. This is 2008, their version of Team Fortress 2. This is not going to last forever. So they have to, in fact, expand into a realm that it will guarantee them long-term profit. Them trying to compete directly with Steam is incredibly intelligent. Steam is incredibly lazy and two-faced and oftentimes just a monopoly that is getting away with what they get away with. There is no one directly competing with them outside of fucking Origin, which no one likes. Uplay, which no one likes. What's some other ones? There's others that I'm forgetting, but no one likes him. And for Epic Games to do what they're doing now, that makes total sense, and they're smart for doing that. If I was an investor in that company, I would say, good work, I support this move. Because they might be making GOG. That's another one that over time is losing favorability. People kiss the ass of GOG. GOG over time is becoming a fucking a bottom bitch platform that is eventually going to start censoring its platform to cater to SJWs. People can say, oh, well, it's owned by CD Projekt Red. Yeah, well, there's a rot within CD Projekt Red that's going to fucking kill it. And I know this from inside sources. And it's someone I know that specifically one of those people is inside HR, but Jeremy from the Quartering refuses to tell me who it is. He knows who it is, by the way. But he refuses to comment on it because he just hired their former GOG community manager or whatever. So I'm going to check back in with the live stream. Okay, I don't even know what they're showing. Is it another BioShock clone? Is that what I'm looking at currently? Are we going to try BioShock again? Is somebody else going to do BioShock again? Are we going to try this again? It hasn't worked in any instance before. But hey, let's try it again. It looks like it. It looks like a cross between BioShock and Borderlands. What is this? What am I looking at? What is this game? Give me a name. Hold on, let me unmute this real quick. What is this? This literally looks like a cross between Borderlands and BioShock. What is this? Okay, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, this is that Obsidian game that I heard about. I think there was a like some sort of leak or something about them making a game. What is the name of it? Come on. Hello, let's go. 2019 release. Okay, come on. Oh my god. The Outer Worlds, fucking finally, Jesus. All right, let me not mute it. There we go. Oh, whoa, man, whoa! We learned something for Borderlands. Trust us, we're gonna be different this time. Anyways, yeah, I'm sitting in. Is anyone? By the way, I'm watching the Game Awards in the background for those of you that are just tuning in, of which some of you are. I mean, the thing is, I keep an open mind to everything. There's nothing that I immediately say no to outside of like things that I know that I'm not going to enjoy. Just typically from a gameplay aspect. Like anything that's like, oh, this is that, we're a top-down RPG, like what is it? What's that company? Blizzard, whatever that Blizzard game is, or whatever that other game that's like it that people play that's like top-down RPG. Like, I'm not saying that that's a bad game. I'm just saying that I can't get into that kind of top-down style game. The only kind of game that I can play that's like that kind of top-down, like move-based sort of game is a simulation game like Civilization a bit. It gets boring after a while, like a couple hours of playing. Or maybe like XCOM, something like that that's like turn-based, where there's like creative control over the characters and stuff like that. So there's something to keep my attention, something that I like. But I really can't get into games like that typically. So something like that, I never talk about. And the reason is that I'm not here to like shit on games I don't play. I try not to do that. Well, Frostpunk is a simulation game, and I don't count that. All right, bro, you can't be doing this. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Sorry there, Spencer, but you can't be coming in here saying shit to just trigger flags, because I'm pretty sure that's what you're doing, and this isn't the first stream where somebody has done that. It seems like for whatever reason, I don't know if somebody currently stirred up some drama, but every once in a while I get people that come in and they're just like, fuck you, I'm from this random image board. I'm from this random stream of somebody that doesn't like Sargon. I'm going to come in here and say the word nigger. It's like, bro, I don't care if you're going to say the word nigger. I say it. Okay, I don't care. But the thing is I know what you're fucking doing. You're trying to get me flagged. So it's like, okay, I'm just going to time you out. I won't even ban you from my channel, bro. I'm just going to time you out just to get you out of chat. Because the filter system all automatically catches it. I don't even censor anything. It automatically gets that. So it's like, I don't give a shit. I haven't finished Red Dead 2 yet. I haven't played it in days. I've been too busy, like, freaking working on my house. So I haven't really had much time to do much of anything. Original Sin is another example. I never finished the first game. I didn't like the first game. I have yet to finish the second game. I actually like the second game. So, anyways, let me check in with the Red Dead stream. Or, the Red Dead stream. Dude, are they advertising another fucking women's bullshit on here? What? Hold on. Let me unmute this. What is... Oh, man, I'm a foreigner, and I want to get into game development. Facebook must be paying a lot of money for this, because that's like the third ad I've seen from them. Oh, man, diversity. Diversity is what keeps gaming in the black, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, anyway, somebody brought it up earlier. I don't know how many of you know people like from the inner city and that are like mixed race, because I've met quite a few of them. And the fact is that there's a stereotype of the like super insecure mulatto person, which is half black, half white. I'm not too sure if all the kids in the chat know what that word means. But a mulatto is someone who's half white, half black. At least that's my definition of the word. People use it as a slur, I guess, but I mean that's how half black, half white, whatever. You could describe Barack Obama technically is that, and I don't see it as like a slur against him. But it's often that you will see people that are mixed race that are super insecure, and it is something that exists, and I don't really understand it. I don't really understand why people are like that. Creole mulatto is black in Spanish. Are you sure about that, Chelsea Valkenburg? Are you sure about that? I thought mulatto was half black, half white. Am I getting my slurs wrong? So this is how much of a bad racist I am. I'm sorry. I'm a bad racist. I don't know the slurs, okay? I'm sorry. I need someone from the alt-right to help me out here. I don't use these slurs on a daily basis. Someone needs to help me. By the way, you know what's funny? I included that Italians are not white in my last video, or whatever it was, 2 videos ago, whatever it was, where I said that Italians aren't white. Bro, a ton of people got ass hurt about that. And I'm not even joking. Go look at the comment section of that video. A bunch of people got ass hurt from me trolling and saying that Italians aren't white. Views on Persona 5. I like Persona 5. I've never been able to finish it. That's my opinion of Persona 5. I'm going to buy the dance games. The dance games just came out on fucking all the stupid, mobile games or the handheld fucking platforms that suck ass, and PlayStation 4. I'm going to be... it's probably because you are white. You know who says Italians are whites? Italians. That's who says it. All the people who claim to be fucking... That say, no, Louis, you're wrong. Italians are white. You're all Italians, aren't you? You're all fucking Italians, aren't you? I think so. That's the thing. Every Italian wants to say they're white, even though they're about as dark. They're darker than fucking Japanese people. I have met lighter-skinned, less brown-eyed, and lighter-haired fucking Japanese people than I have fucking Italians. Every Italian may as well be from fucking Africa. Their skin, hair, and eyes are so dark. Your irises are as dark as fucking the night. You need to step up. Italians are not white. It's becoming more and more true as the time goes on. Your skin is as light as fucking oil. Persona 5 is addictive. I will defend Persona 5. Be sure to buy it from PlayAsia using my affiliate link in the description below. I do like Persona 5. I do think it's a good game. I do think it is better than 4 or 3. There's a lot of people that really thought that Persona 4 was like the shit for whatever reason. I couldn't get into it. I never understood why people really liked it. But Persona 5, I genuinely think is a good game. It's just, I have a hard time sticking with Japanese games, and that game is no different. Oh, hold on. Somebody just mentioned something about the live stream. Let me check back real quick. What's going on? What's happening here? Anything? Nintendo game, Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering is like 2 steps shy from being bankrupt, as far as I understand. I forget the name of this guy. He's like an actor or something. Anyways, I'll get back to the chat. The chat's more interesting than this fucking stream. Persona 5 isn't on Steam, and it's fucking annoying. Well, Persona 5 isn't on PC. Persona 5, as far as I know, is only on PlayStation. I don't know any other console that it's on. But you can buy it using my affiliate link. It's fine on PlayStation. It's not like Red Dead 2 plays like fucking ass on the PlayStation. Especially the fucking multiplayer. I actually had a shout out to Eric Kane, who you can find an interview that I did with him on my channel, or more so a discussion than an interview. He did an article, Eric Kane, what was it? Problems with Red Dead Online. He updated his article he did. Yeah, there we go. Let me see. He added a section to this, but because of me. I told him that this was a problem, and he added to his list of problems on or with Red Dead Online. Hold on, where is it? Stop blinking. Stop blinking, ad. What is wrong with you, ad? Stop. Hold on, where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Number 9. Some players are randomly kicked. This is very true for me. This is the biggest problem I've had with the game is connectivity. This is the same error too. I keep getting kicked over and over and over again from Red Dead Online because of these fucking error messages. It's awful. So they seriously need to do some work on this fucking shit because it plays like ass on PlayStation. But shout out to Eric Kane. Anyways, getting back to the... let me check in with the live stream. Where are we? What the fuck is with this fucking faggot furry? What is going on? Hold on, let me unmute this. Bro, what? You're cancer. What is this? What is this? Get off the stage, you lisping faggots! Get off the stage! Boo! Where's the guy with the hook? What the? Okay, I was waiting for the cringe. It's arrived, ladies and gentlemen. What is this? If you aren't watching the live stream for the Game Awards, tune in right now, because what the fuck? What is going on? He just won Best Esports Player. The Game Awards 2018. It's live right now. You can find it on Twitter or Google it right now. I'm watching Yang Ye's live stream. A gay furry. What is this? What is this? Oh my god. This is the perfect representation of LGBT fucking activism. Some fucking faggot, like, actual mulatto in a fucking furry suit on stage at an award show. Okay, I'm not a Republican. I hate you. Get off the stage, you degenerates. Get off the stage, you degenerates. I'm not a Republican. Get off the stage. Get off the stage. What is... The actor just goes, I don't know, bro. Oh my god, that ending. There's the cringe. There's the cringe I've been fucking waiting for. There's the fucking cringe I've been waiting for. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit. Holy shit. I gotta send this to Sargon. Okay, I just sent it to Sargon. I gotta find him a clip. Holy shit, dude, that was fucking awful. That must be the cringe. Like, they were building up the cringe. Holy shit. Please tell me you guys saw that. Oh my god. Alright, let me mute this. I don't give a shit about PUBG. Holy shit. Oh my god. I know. Hold on. Let me go on Twitter. Holy shit. There's no way that's not getting memed to death. Holy shit. Hold on. I'm in all caps. Actually, hashtag the Game Awards was saving up the cringe for the I don't know if I should say faggy. It's gonna get me banned. The faggy furry who came on stage to declare that Republicans hate him for being a degenerate. Registered. Oh, let me put a space in that to make it clear. Registered Democrat, bro. Hold on. As a registered Democrat, let me change that. I hate you. All right, let me spell check myself. I don't know, dude. I don't know what that was. He apparently won best esports gamer. Well, that's why I don't fucking play esports, bro. Is that esports where everyone is in a fucking dog costume? Everyone's in a fucking mascot costume as they fucking play these cringy ass normie games. Is that what I'm missing? I'm glad I'm not interested at all in esports then. What are our kids watching? You know, honestly, what are their 9-year-olds watching on YouTube? Are they watching this fucking degenerate propagandize them into being homosexual fucking furries? Let me just spell check myself. The Game Awards was saving up the cringe for the faggy furry who came on stage to declare that Republicans hate him for being a degenerate. As a registered Democrat, bro, you're a fucking degenerate and I hate you. I know it's kind of cringy in my own right to laugh at my own jokes, but bro, that was something that's gonna get memed. That's gonna get fucking memed tomorrow, okay? That's the part of LGBT that I'm not on board with. Like there is a cancerous part of LGBT, and I think more and more people that are within the LGBT community, so to say, are realizing that like holy shit, you know, we've gone too far. I mean that. I'm not just joking. I see it every day that people on Twitter and stuff are like, you know, I'm gay and blah blah blah, but holy shit, what is this? It's like every day I see something like that because it's like, yeah, you guys won in 2015 when you got legal equality. Like you should have fucking stopped there, but you didn't. And what's gone on since then has been total degeneracy. There's some sort of crazy band on stage right now, but it has a female lead vocal, so I'm not going to listen to it. Because it's very rare that you hear any kind of band with a lead female singer that is not shit. Frank on Twitter says, you were getting your Spanish racial terms all confused. Carrillo is an ethnically European but born in America. Mestizo was a mix of Native American European, but now is every mixed race person. And mulatto is mix of European and African. Well, technically, then I'm right then. Aren't I right then? That mulatto is half black, half white? And aren't I technically correct in that regard then? And I didn't know it was Spanish. I didn't know that that's where it was derived from. But I was going to say something else to that effect of racial slurs or of words for describing people of mixed race. Anyways, I don't remember what it was. I'm distracted by this female singer who I'm not going to listen to. Yeah, I might get. Anytime you use the word faggot on Twitter, man, you're rolling the dice. You really are rolling the dice on Twitter every time you use that word. But I've gotten away with it before. I've gotten caught once, but usually I get away with it. Half breeds. The Game Awards chat is savage. Is that on YouTube? Who are they savaging? Are they savaging the furry? Because he deserves it. Because that's my thing, is that, like, if you're a furry, that's fine. Like, don't come near me. I think you're honestly a degenerate. But, like, I'm not going to give you shit for something that has nothing to do with me. However, if you go out there on stage and say, like, oh, conservatives hate me. Oh, it's like, no, dude, I hate you. I hate you. I'm a registered Democrat. I hate you. I voted for Obama for his first term. I watched him on election night. I stood up and watched him on election night and give his speech, his acceptance speech for when he won. I'm a registered Democrat and have always been one. I think you're a fucking degenerate and I hate you. You're cringy as shit, dude, and you're not oppressed. You live in the most first world nation of first world nations. You live in the most comfortable and peaceful time in fucking history. You're not oppressed. You are just a useless, cringy fuck, and you should go get a real job. Because I've met people that do video games and this sort of thing full time, and I don't begrudge them because they don't do this kind of shit. They don't bitch and moan. But anyone who's going to be like, oh man, I stream video games and I'm so oppressed, I'm so stressed. It's like, Bro, why don't you go take my job then? Why don't you go to fucking Buffalo and investigate some fucking drug dealers? If you're worried about, the stress. Okay. The stress. Oh man, I'm streaming right now and I'm so stressed out, guys. Whoa. Somebody help me. Don't you guys know how oppressed I am as I sit here and drink my Corona Extra and also my Arizona iced tea? It's like you're cringy, bro. Just stop. Anyways, let's check back in. What are we looking at here? Generic adventure game, first person game. What is this? Is this that pirate game? I think it is that pirate game that I was good. I looked at and I was like, "Hey, is this any good?" And then I read the reviews and it's like, "No, this game is shit." And I was like, "Okay, I guess I'm not gonna buy it then." I think that's this game except in first person. The ship stuff in Assassin's Creed Odyssey isn't bad, but it's really fucking repetitive. They try to stack the odds against you and have like 5 ships against your one to make it oh no, this is a new game apparently, Atlas. I don't really get what's with all the fucking naval games recently, but I think it's from Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I think that's where they're getting their ideas from because of the popularity of that game. Because they repeated that in Odyssey, as far as I can tell. But it's incredibly repetitive and honestly pretty boring. It's not bad though. The first couple times you fight ships, it's pretty fun, but it gets boring pretty fast, especially as you level up and you're just trying. If you got to get somewhere, it's like, oh my god, are they really shooting at me? Let me just go right by them and ignore them. The only time you want to fight a ship is when you realize it's different from the other ships you've seen. That means it's a unique ship, and if you fight it, you get a reward for it. So it's usually in your interest to fight those ships. Sea of Thieves, that was the game I was thinking of, but this is a different game that looks pretty much exactly like that one. I thought Assassin's Creed Black Flag was that. Someone said it's Assassin's Creed 3. I don't think so. What a brave furry, Angry Joe. I've seen people memeing on the furry guy. I'm pretty sure he's gonna get shredded. He's gonna get roasted. Or what do the black people say? Dragged. He's gonna get dragged. The new Far Cry looks feminist as hell. Well, I gotta tell you that the last one was pretty feminist as hell. Well, these are the villains. These are supposed to be the villains. Is this the actual trailer? I'll mute it. And I mean, the thing is, right? So here's the thing about facial piercings. When you're already ugly, as these women are ugly. Most black women can't get away with dyeing their hair. You usually can't get away with dyeing your hair, especially stupid colors like blonde. You look stupid. When you add on top of that tattoos that aren't flattering as well, they're asymmetrical, I think is the right way to describe them. Add that on top of shitty hair, and then add on ridiculous, ugly facial piercings. These two women are those plants, those poisonous plants that are colorful. That's who these women are. And this is an SJW thing. This is what SJWs do. So it doesn't mean that this game is going to be SJW. That is not a guarantee, but it does mean that in a real world context, these two characters, those two women, are in fact SJWs. They would 100% be SJWs because those are the hallmarks of all SJWs. Bad hair dye, bad facial piercings, asymmetrical tattoos. That is what you see from them. And that is what is featured on these two characters. But they are shown to be villains in this. Raiders in this. Colorful raiders that are not the same. Let me pause this. They're not the same as these colorful raiders, or actually that's the same ones from Rage 2. They're not like those ones either. Anyways, let's get back to this cringy trailer. one of the problems that exist in the most recent Far Cry games is not the idea of having a female protagonist or having females involved or whatever, because they have in the past, and that's fine. The thing is that there is a way to defeat these two women, and that is to actually physically overpower them, because women are weaker. Because women are weaker than men. We are a sexually dimorphic species, and it is absurdly demonstrable. There have been many different examples of shock jocks, talk radio people bringing on like the strongest women, like bodybuilder women, to arm wrestle like their random skinny guy that works the camera. And this random skinny guy beats their fucking ass. And it's because of sexual dimorphism. It isn't to say that, you know, that woman isn't strong for being a woman, or she shouldn't work out or anything like that. And I'm not making it a moral consideration, but I am telling you that biology is in fact sexist as it relates to strength. And so there's a reason why women are not doing well in policing. It's why they're not doing well in firefighting. It's why they're not doing well typically in the military. Some exceptional women are doing well, but oftentimes they're not. And it is because those jobs are extremely physically demanding and they can't keep up. Period. That's human biology. And there's no leveling those playing fields. And it's why I'm open to the idea of women being strong physically in games, but you should not make their primary attribute their strength, because when I said biology is sexist, I was joking there, Henry Faust. It was a joke. Like I was saying, though, when you make the single characteristic of women their strength, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And it is because the fact is that anyone that is not an ideologue will just tell you that women are not the physical equals of men. The only time that they are is when they are trans women. And then they win every fucking, Olympic sport, and they win every, all state contest or whatever. When they're number one wrestlers, number one boxers, number one, MMA, number one in whatever physical contest, trans women, it is because they are biologically men. It's funny in that way. By the way, like, does anyone see this? Does anyone see this? Like, look at what we're looking at here. Does anyone see this and say to themselves, like, wow, this looks new and different? Like, this looks like an overly colorful version of literally every Far Cry game in the past 10 years. Like, you're not doing anything different. And I know that there's certain aspects to an FPS that work, and there's a reason why you should replicate it, but you try here. Let me try to remember. There was a female character in Far Cry 4. Let me look it up. That I liked, but they didn't do anything with. So this is I recorded a video today that it probably won't be out tonight because it's 10:30 at night and I still have a report I got to write and I got work tomorrow, so I don't really have an excess of time at my disposal. Oh, and let me touch in on. Oh shit, we got a Bioware. We got a Bioware screen. Hold on. Hit the brakes. Hit the brakes. Hold on, let me get this on screen. What is this? What is this? Oh my god, it's a fucking Dragon Age game. It's a Dragon Age game. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You have got to be fucking kidding me. You have got to be fucking kidding me with this. Oh my god. Where can they go? They literally ended the world in the last game. Where can they go? Where? What? Where can they go? Where can they fucking go? What? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. It's a prequel, people are saying. It has to be a prequel. It has to be. There's no way. Oh man, I might just buy that game just to make fun of it because it like it's it's so bad and it's so done to death that the guy that made that created all of Dragon Age. And hold on, let me see if I can find a book. Okay, here's a book. Where is it? Where is it? Where is his name? Oh my god. Okay, so I have one of the books on my shelf, but it's not the right one. It's got to be buried in my fucking massive books. Uh, what's the gay guy that wrote it? Somebody just say his fucking name. It's not Drew Carpathian. That's fucking Mass Effect. Somebody say what his name was, please. I know somebody has it on standby. Somebody in chat shout it out. David Gettr. Thank you. Thank you, Henry. So David Gettr walked away from from BioWare after Far Cry after Dragon Age Inquisition. And I have yet to finish Dragon Age Inquisition just because it is that bad of a game. It is an abysmal game. And I've read pretty much everything, all the books written by David Gettr. I've actually read just about all the Dragon Age books. And the lore is honestly the best part of Dragon Age. Everything on print is honestly better than any of the games. Maybe the exception being the Origins. Everyone's willing to defend Origins, and I would defend Origins as well. I like Dragon Age 2 as well. There are aspects to it that I liked. The gameplay was the worst aspect. But Dragon Age Inquisition was an abysmal fucking game. And it is one of those memory hole games. Dragon Age Inquisition died so quickly after release that it wasn't even funny. I saw so many people defending it after release, and it just dropped off the face of the fucking earth. And nobody has talked about it since. And it is because it is an abysmal game. The fact that they would release another sequel to me is surprising. Because as far as I know, the game didn't even do that well in terms of sales. But whatever, I guess. I mean, that would be the only reason I'd buy it at this point, because of how little I expect from BioWare. It would... Somebody's saying, look at these people on stage. Oh, they're a bunch of hipsters on stage. I don't really care. Who are they? They're people that are thankful they currently have a job. Wow, you couldn't find a bigger Brady Bunch of stereotypes. Problem glasses girl that looks like Zoe Quinn's fucking twin sister. Some hipster faggot with long hair. Some beardo freaking male feminist looking dude. Stock freaking short dyke. Girl that looks like if she wasn't doing this, she'd be a librarian. That's not the problem glasses girl, but she also wears glasses. And they keep cutting away from the other guy, so I can't see him. Token minority, he's also up there. He's like standing further away from them. And some guy that is literally like a hipster straight out of GTA 5. That's who's on stage currently. Yeah, I know people are telling me to look at these guys. I see them, guys. They look ridiculous. I care not to listen to them. Anyways, like, let me check Twitter really quick. This is as bad as what the Fast and Furious franchise has become. Far Cry, yeah, pretty much. Is there anything else? Apparently, one guy defending the furry. One guy defended the furry, ladies and gentlemen. Boo this man. Boo. Oh, man. So some stupid indie game. I'm going to ignore the indie game. So let's get back to Far Cry 4. I was going to make a point by Far Cry 4. So Far Cry 4 introduced a female character, and I actually liked her going into it. I was like, ooh, this is an interesting villainous character. Ooh, where's it going to go? And it went absolutely nowhere. Absolutely. Is this it? Yuma Lau? Yes, this is the character. So they introduced this female antagonist for you to kill in the game. And I thought, ooh, this is interesting. Ooh, let's see where they go with this. She looks super creepy and super bad. And manipulative. Let's see where this goes. It goes absolutely nowhere, and you kill her in a dream sequence that is incredibly similar to the dream sequence that you had in Far Cry 3. That is incredibly similar to the dream sequence that you have in Far Cry 5. They have no ideas. They keep bringing in characters that from the onset look interesting, but they just do nothing with them. They go nowhere with their characters. There's nothing unique about this character. She is simply a hurdle for you to overcome and has some direct relation to Pagan Min. She is basically the excuse for them to have another drug dream sequence. That is pretty much why she's in the game. To me, it's a shame because they absolutely could do something interesting with her character. They never did. It was a waste of fucking time, and it pissed me off. It was one of the things about Far Cry 4 that disappointed me. There were several things that disappointed me about Far Cry 4, but that was one of the biggest, where you have her, you have, what was the name of the other guy? They tried with the one guy. But this is supposed to be Pagan Min's second in command. She's a totally generic, boring character. They do nothing with her. They gave more screen time and more motivation to, what is his name? He's a mercenary. Where is he? Paul Harmon. Yes, him. They give way, way more time to this guy, who is this like torturer, soldier of fortune guy who is basically older now. Like, he has a child, he has a family, but he's still a psychopathic mercenary. He has something about him that makes him interesting. He's still fairly a generic villainous character who you kill like it's fucking nothing. But at least there's something about him that makes him interesting. You know, that is the reason why people liked Far Cry 3. That is the reason why people liked, oh God, what is his name? He's everyone's favorite villain. And it's to the extent that he wasn't even the primary villain. And he's right here. What is his name? Voss. Everyone sucked the dick of Voss. It was Hoyt Volker who was the actual villain of Far Cry 3. This guy right here, he's the actual villain of Far Cry 3, and no one gives a shit about him. No one gave a shit about Hoyt Volker. It was Voss that everyone liked because of his portrayal and the fact that they found a good character actor to play him. That was the standard set by Ubisoft. And they could not make, they couldn't meet that standard in any of the games since then. They have yet to meet anything resembling Voss since then. Every attempt that they've had has been a fucking failure. And I will include Pagan Min, who I didn't think was terrible, but I don't think he was anywhere close to Voss. I think he was an attempt to do Voss again, and it didn't work. I never played Far Cry Primal, so I don't give a fuck about it. And they also tried to do it with semi-success with Joseph Seed. Joseph Seed, I think, was the same, like, it's still the same formula, but you're trying to not be a direct duplicate. But the fact is that you have to make the secondary antagonist interesting. And that was the video that I did today that I don't know if I'll ever finish, but I was editing earlier and I had to go over and start working on my fucking house again. So I stopped working on that video. But they realized, I think, to some extent, what they did wrong in Far Cry 4, and that's by having these secondary antagonists that just by all appearances are just hurdles that you need to kill. That's it. And in Far Cry 5, they tried to make that different. They didn't have so many antagonists, I believe, and they tried to make them distinctly different and interesting. And I think that it worked with Jacob. I'm a lot more forgiving now of Jacob Seed. It worked with Joseph Seed as the primary antagonist, and it did work with Faith Seed. I thought Faith Seed was as strong as Joseph Seed, where she was distinct, she felt dangerous, and she was menacing. Even it was menacing in her allure, that she was attempting not to brutalize the protagonist, but instead lure them in to the cult. That's different to what other antagonists have done. Someone just tweeted me a picture of the furry walking down to receive his awards, and everyone's staring at him like, what the fuck? Oh my god, I can't believe that fucking faggot had the balls to do that. Oh, Jeff Knightley, what are you doing? I wouldn't have given an award to that guy. I would have deprived him of an award. I will say that to you right now. The first thing he starts doing, he walks up, he just can't stop virtue signaling. It's like, okay, you don't get an award then, bro. You get no award. But let me get to the super chat real quick, because I've had a few of them. So Mobile Crusader says bracket video game awards. ACZ says all I want is Blood Dragon 2. Mr. Twisted Frenzy says, have you played either of the Darksider games? I have not. Sage Theory says Louis the Racist can't get his slurs right. That is correct. Will M says men are better at everything than women. Maybe not fashion. I don't know. There's plenty of gay men that are doing well in fashion, so maybe fashion as well. But maybe there's something that is more female inclined. Nursing? Are men better nurses? I don't know. We are even better at being women. Yeah, that's the joke of trans women. Honestly, if they don't stop there will be no women's sports. That's one of the fears. It's messed up. That's actually one of the fears, a genuine fear, that if things continue down the road of trans women being included in sports, that there will no longer be women's sports, because it will literally be all trans female athletes that win these awards. Patrick says, Game Awards tonight, best art direction goes to a Rockstar employee sneezing on a napkin. Well, the fact is, we all know it's not going to be fucking Call of Duty anymore that are winning these throwaway awards. It's going to be Rockstar. Rockstar right now is Activision in 2010, 2009. They can do no wrong, and everyone sucks their dick. But like I say, I don't think that Red Dead 2 is their greatest work. I really don't believe so. What takes less percent, Super Chat or Patreon? Patreon by a mile, dude. Patreon doesn't really take much of anything in terms of their cut. I get a heavy percent. With Super Chats, YouTube gets an automatic 30%, and that's not what they're donating to charity when they feel like it. But I get most Super Chats, I believe. Okay, they have some other band apparently on screen. Is there anything I've missed, chat? Is there anything that I've missed that's been interesting? that I might like. I see a boxing game. Is there a cyberpunk thing that I missed? Hang on. Strategy game. Frostpunk. Okay, I missed Best strategy game. Hold on. Who won? Who won? Hold on, I missed it. Who the fuck won? It went so fast. Fuck, I don't. Okay, strategy game. Well, who won? I don't even know. I can't. I try to keep going back. Who won? It was Total. Dude, fuck Warhammer 2. Fuck Total War Warhammer 2. Please. Game is so. I own it. I've played it. It's fucking overrated. It is. It really is just that didn't won. Okay, Into the Breach run. Whatever. It should have been Frostpunk. Fuck it. Fuck every other game. Fuck every other game on that list. It should have been Frostpunk. Frostpunk really was this year's game of the year for strategy. If I were to create a game of the year list of my own right, it probably would be Frostpunk. That would be a very, very serious contender for game of the year because it'd be a short fucking list. That slide. Oh, okay, that's an old. Never mind. It's an old tweet. Okay, let me get back. I gotta get back to the live. Another shitty band. Is that what's going on? Yeah, another shitty band. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything for the live stream? I don't think I did. Let me quickly scroll back. Some new game. People. Okay, no, I didn't. What the fuck is this? What are they doing? What is this? Yeah, I Young Ye's talking about Red Dead 2 not having a good score. I agree. I don't think Red Dead 2 have had a very good score. Like there were some tracks that I thought were pretty good, but I really don't think that this is Rockstar's best work. I really don't think so. I know that people are really in love with this game because the hype is real, but I'm telling you, give it a year. Give it a year, and I'm going to tell you that people are going to start, realizing that this game is not. It could have been a lot better. It really could have. Red Dead OST. It was serviceable. Yeah, well, that's my opinion as well of Red Dead 2's soundtrack. Is that did it work? Yeah, sure, it worked, but it was not special. Even comparable to GTA 5, which itself, like GTA 5, I don't think it had an exceptional soundtrack. I thought it was good, but I don't think it was exceptional. And yet I don't think that Red Dead 2 even met that standard. I just don't think it was very good. And as much as people gave shit to Skyrim, I thought Skyrim had a fantastic score. I thought it had an exceptional score. And that's the thing. People shit on Skyrim. People every day shit on Skyrim as being awful. But I thought that was one of the best aspects to that game was the score. I thought it was very memorable and well done. But for whatever reason, just people, I guess, maybe in my perspective, don't give credit where credit's due. From my perspective, anyways. Hi, Louis. I'm drinking and working on finals. Well, good luck on your finals there, TK. I'm glad to be out of fucking college. Because I hated working on all that bullshit. Yeah, Witcher 3 also. Witcher 3, I'll agree. Witcher 3 is not necessarily the best, I would argue, but it had a very, very solid score. I'd agree with that. People are saying that Skyrim's good. Bro, everyone online says Skyrim is shit. Everyone online says Skyrim is shit. I played Skyrim. I was like, hey, I like this, and then everyone shits on it. Everyone shits on it. Maybe that's just the hot thing to do right now. You know, everyone shits on Bethesda. You know, but I didn't think Skyrim was an awful game, and it often surprises me how much hate it gets. I don't really understand it. But I thought a lot of many of the tracks are very memorable in Skyrim. And I'll tell you, I could pull it up. Like, I own a hard copy somewhere, where I'm sitting, somewhere around me. Um, there was many, many, many good tracks in that game. But let me look it up really quick. I think I spelled it wrong. Yeah, I did. Let me look it up really quick. Because I don't remember the city. Let me see. No, this isn't it. Where is it? I need to find. I might have already passed it in my haste. Geography. Here we go. Is this an incomplete? Not Dawnstar. Falkreath. I believe it is. Is it? No, it's not Falkreath. Never mind. Hold on. Where is it? Markarth. That's what it is. Markarth. Markarth had a great soundtrack. I mean, it's not the only one, but it's one of my favorite in the game, if I remember correctly. Let me look it up. Markarth soundtrack. No, I don't want to. Here we go. This might be it here. Let me. Yeah, it is the City Gates. Yeah, this is one of my favorite tracks from the soundtrack of Skyrim. It had a bunch of tracks to it that were great. I don't know Bloodborne soundtrack, so I can't comment on that. Fuck everyone. Skyrim is good. Sky Oblivion is a heart emoji. I guess that is. Mods are where it's at. Thank you, TK. Yeah, I don't. If you're an Elder Scrolls fan, of which I am not, and that doesn't mean that I dislike this series. It just means that I am only so familiar with that series. I think I had somebody get confused because I say that when I say I'm not a fan of something, I don't mean that. Well, I'll usually say if I don't have a high opinion of it, but typically when I say I'm not a fan of something, it means that I'm only so familiar with it, and I'm not an active player of something or watcher or viewer or whatever. And Elder Scrolls, I'm only so familiar with. The only one I've played has been Skyrim. And unfortunately, people shit on it. Even though people in this chat are defending it. It's what I've noticed online is that people really shit on it. So let's see. What do we got on screen on the stream now? We got a fighting game. Is that all I missed? A fighting game that I'll never play? Yep. Okay, that's about it. Mortal Kombat 11. Oh, man, I haven't played the last 10. There's a lot of franchises I've never played and will probably never play. And it is because I have no interest. And they're usually console games. Let's get back to the chat. I like Skyrim, need cat girls, Louis. No, fuck the what are the name of those fucking cats? And you can't trust them. They're freaking what's it not? It starts with a G. What's that Skyrim meth? What is it? Somebody shout it out in the chat. What's the Khajiit? Yeah, that's the cat race. What is that? What's that shit? Skooma. That's what it is. No one even had to say it. I remembered. They're fucking skooma dealers. You can't trust them. You can't trust them. So I don't like the Khajiit. I don't like them. I don't trust them. You can trust the pretty much anybody outside of them. I don't understand why some of these chats are getting like muted by YouTube for no reason. It doesn't make any sense to me. Where's Injustice 3? Dude, Injustice 2 sucked ass. That fighting game, Injustice 2 sucked ass. I liked Injustice 1. Injustice 2 sucked. So I don't care. Let's see how controversial that is. I'm not a fan of fighting games, really, but I thought that game sucked. I bought it and I returned it like a day later. I was like, this freaking game sucks. It was a letdown too because I liked the first. And I even, what was sad is in the second game, in the second Injustice, there was nobody that I really cared about as a character to play, like as a main, so to say, as a fighting game. Like there was nobody. I actually liked Killer Ice in it's one of my favorite fringe DC characters. In the first Injustice, I like that she was in it because I like the character. And it's actually voiced by the same chick that did is it Female Shepherd? Jennifer Hale. Jennifer Hale voiced her in the animated series, and she also voiced her in the game. So I was cool with that. I like that they actually or did I say Killer Ice? I meant Killer Frost. There's my memory for you. Yes, fuck Europhiles at your fuck Europhiles just tweeted me a Khajiit meme that I've seen before of some kind of leopard or something being taken in by police. Yeah, you can't trust the Khajiit. They're fucking. You're not a Democrat if you don't support queer people. What? Oh, this has to be a troll account. Fuck off, troll account on Twitter. Fuck off, troll account. Try harder. 2 out of 10. You don't even pass. You don't pass as a queer, and you don't pass as a troll account. Is Psychonauts? Oh man, Psychonauts! It's time for fucking fat male feminist who's inevitably gonna get his own fucking Me Too moment, cashing in on his only remaining fucking series to make money on. That's all he has left. Can Khajiit consent? I don't really care. You're a furry if you're into Khajiit, by the way. And I'm not negotiating on that. What is this, Zeppy? What is this horrific image of these two girls with one of which has a fucking knife in their mouth? This is horrific. Don't ever tweet that again. That's terrible. You're making a mockery of the purest love. I don't appreciate that kind of bigotry on my Twitter feed. Oh, there's Baczynski. It's about time you showed up there, Baczynski. 100 Brazilian ruples. Who said you just say hey yo, thanks for the support, Baczynski. I actually have another video that I recorded yesterday where I was ranting about individualism and collectivist nations in the world and how they all suck. And I said that Brazil right now is basically divided between whether it wants to go the way of Venezuela or the United States of America. And I'm praying for you guys. I'm an atheist praying for you guys that you go the way of the United States and make Brazil great again and actually become a first world nation, unlike pretty much any of your nearby nations. Be the first of South America, Baczynski. run for office and change Brazil, bro. You're white enough to do it. I know that you guys got your weird like racial colorism bullshit down there. You're white enough, Baczynski. Run for office. TK says the lusty Argonian maid. I'm sorry, TK. I might have to time you out for that because fuck the Argonians. Fuck the Khajiit. Get them out of Skyrim. Run them out of Skyrim. Get them out. Let's see. Let's see. Goddamn, Spencer, you're really being an asshole, dude. I'm gonna have to time you out again. Let's see, where was I? Stream with me, faggot. Well, I'm streaming right now. Hold on. I got another super chat. Where is it? Saw your response to Stefan Molyneux's ancestor tweet. You always bring up your grandfather, though in a similar manner. Do you consider that more individualist when it comes to the family unit? I don't think that those are mutually exclusive. I don't think that the United States is, as far as I can tell, the most, in terms of the law and the foundation philosophically, it is the most individualist nation that exists, as far as I know. And yet we still have families, and families are still important. And it's a matter of both biology and dependence for children. Children are dependent, both in the physical sense, but also in the upbringing sense. They are dependent on their father and mother. So it is not collectivist to say that family should exist. It is just basic biology. I don't see how a family unit is collectivist outside of, in a definitional sense, and only in that way. It's a bit nonsensical. Baczynski says with me to audio talking. Like I say, Baczynski, I don't know really what we're going to be talking about tonight because I'm kind of just bullshitting around. I mean, we can't really, I don't really want to talk to you tonight about Brazil. I mean, I'm just bullshitting around talking about fucking the Game Award show and this nonsense, although nothing interesting has happened in like an hour. Right now they're talking to some black guy, and I'm pretty sure this is another fucking Facebook ad. I don't even have the audio on, and I'm pretty sure this is another fucking Facebook ad. Refugee games? Is that what they're called? Fuck the Forsworn. Fuck the Forsworn, I say that. Genocide the Forsworn. Markarth belongs to those that actually live there, not the fucking tribals. What is this? Was that another fucking Facebook ad? Did anyone see the end of it? I didn't see the end of that ad. Was that another fucking Facebook ad? I think it was, because they've all been like that. Okay, Just Cause commercial. That's fine. I can look away from that. Somebody in the chat shouted out, was that another? It was. Was that another? Yeah, there you go, dude. That's been like that's 5 in a row. That's fucking like 5 in a row, bro. Fuck the Forsworn, bro. The Forsworn are the goddamn African or Moroccan refugees, man. That's who they're comparable to. Keep them out. Build a wall. Markarth already has a wall, man. Build it 10 feet higher. Keep the Forsworn out. All right, I'm not giving an inch on that. All right, fuck the Forsworn. What's going on? Is there anything different? Is it just? I've seen people complaining about. There's apparently some issues with like motion sickness. I'm hearing about the most recent Just Cause game, of which I haven't played the last several because they're just the same game over and over and over again, and I don't really give a shit about, whoa, you can do crazy things with the physics engine. It's like, okay, that's nice. I frankly don't give a damn. I guess I'll put this stream on screen since I'm not really doing anything else. Stream of a stream, man. Rogue Crusader just said, imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us, sky. Imagine all. It took me a minute. It took me a minute. You fucking bastard. All the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Sing the rest and 20 more shekels. Okay, hold on. Let me get him up. While this problem glasses girl says whatever the fuck, I'll get it up. Imagine John Lennon. Hold on. I got the 94 million views on this piece of shit, bro. 94 million views on this awful fucking. I hate this. Is like, it's not a terrible song in an aesthetic or music criticism sense, but it ruined a fucking generation. This goddamn song warped the minds of every goddamn boomer in existence. So let me find the fucking lyrics. I'm not going to sing the whole song. What'd you say for $20? Above us only sky. Imagine there's no countries after that. How much? I'm not going to sing the rest of the song for $20, dude. It's not a short song. Well, it is, I guess. Let's see here. Let's see where we are in the song. Countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to or die for. And no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but not the only one. I jumped my cue. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will be as... Come on, John, step it up. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. What? He skipped a line! Oh, no, I did. Fuck. That's my mistake. Brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer. Hold on, pause. Look at Yoko's face in this, by the way. Anyways, let me pull it back a little bit. Not the only one. Hope someday you'll join us in Utopia Wasteland. And the world will be as... Oh, it says here these lyrics are actually... Let me roll that back because these lyrics are wrong. Oh, is this by a different band? No, this is it. Why did they change the lyrics? That's not the lyric. It says in this, and the world will be as one. That's not what he says. It's and the world will live as one. Let me make sure. Yeah, he says live. So, goddamn, Google, thanks a lot. and the worlds will live as one. There you go. You don't get the audio with it, so you don't get to hear the full thing, but hopefully you enjoyed that. You give me another $5 or a tip? Thanks there, Will. So, Rogue, you better be happy. I sang the rest of that stupid fucking song. Yoko's face is the thumbnail. Yes, who said that? Cecil Miller. Shout out to Cecil Miller. You're right. I should make Yoko Ono's face the thumbnail of this, because she's like me watching the Game Awards right now, just totally spaced out. I'm not drunk. Some dude just said sing the rest of the song for $20. I was like, okay, whatever. I'm not doing anything else. The fucking award show is boring as sin. Let's go back to it. Is there anything happening? Look at Yang Ye. Does Yang Ye look fucking interested in this? No. And his whole thing is gaming. I'm not the best singer, but I haven't sung that song. Oy vey, my shekels. That was not worth it. Still, thanks, Louis. I guess I tried. Dude. I'm not your typical streamer. I'm not your Twitch streamer where I'm gonna Fortnite floss for you guys for money. I'm sorry. I'm just not advanced. Oh, come on. Don't hate on Yang Ye. I don't mind him. Don't hate on Yang Ye. He's not that bad. Endless hipsters, yeah. Oh, Asian mundane Matt. Damn, dude. Damn. Harsh. Jeez. Fucking chat is going wild. You guys are too harsh, man. Bazinski, if you're still around, dude, you can join if you want to talk about gaming or whatever, but are you still listening? Bazinski, I saw you pop up. If you want to, we could talk about gaming, but I don't want to talk about Brazil right now. We could save that for another day. Anyone know how big the total viewership for this is? It has to be in the tens of thousands right now. All right, bro. Hold on. I'll hit you up. Hold on. Let me get you a link. I'll send you a link there, bro. Hang on. I'll email it to you. All right. I just sent you a link. What's going on? He basically said that all Republicans hate black people. He said that? That guy said that? That furry dude said that Republicans hate blacks? Jeez. I didn't catch that. Fuck, man. Please wrap it up. Dude, are you joking? Are you joking there, Alex Fox? No fucking way. That looks like a fucking Photoshop. Holy shit. Hold on. I'll get this on screen. This better not be a fucking fake, Alex, or I'm muting you. He's saying that somebody in the back, this looks like it's real, but this may be Photoshopped. Someone had a sign on stage with the fucking furry dude who said, please wrap it up. I don't know. Is that real or is that a fucking fake, bro? I want to see some verification on that. Hold on. We're getting some feedback there, Bazinski. Make sure you plug in your headset.
Yeah, I have my headset plugged in.
We're getting feedback. I don't know where from, though.
Ah, fucking A, bro. All right. I don't know. I'll have to cancel this motherfucking what you call it.
Oh, you have the stream on and another screen. Sounds like.
Yeah, I do. I'm such a boomer with this fucking shit.
Ah, that's fine. Just turn that off, and you'll be able to. Oh, you have the stream on and another screen. Sounds like. All right. Oh. Hold on here. I need verification on that okay, there's 252,000 people watching the Game Awards right now apparently. I need verification on I might have to hold on there. I'm going to mute you right now. You got to figure that out there, Vazinski. We're getting mad feedback. Just send it in the group chat when you fix that, if you don't mind. Yeah, people, you're angering people in the chat. They're getting upset. Anyways, let me, I'll get this off screen. I need verification on this. Not on John Lennon, but on that sign. Okay, what's going on here? We got more neon FPS. Oh, this is Rage 2. Okay. Whoa, man. May 4, 2019. So, wow, they bumped it up. Whoa, dude. They didn't steal it from Rage 2. They did not steal it from Rage 2. This was in Fallout, the last Fallout DLC. So, this is not new. Apparently, okay, so there might be actual confirmation of that sign existing. Oh man, vaping.
Did it get better or not?
It sounds like it. Yeah, you're good. So welcome to the stream.
Yeah, thanks, man.
And make Brazil great again, man.
Yeah. We're finally kicking out the Marxists out of power. We're happy.
Yeah, that's good. You should be, because every country that's done it so far, Japan has done it, Poland's done it, Hungary's done it. I don't really see them devolving into fascism, so I don't really think there's much of a great loss there.
I don't know. Jerry is kind of like the incompetent Trump type, but I know he'll trigger SJWs for 4 years straight, Brazilian SJWs, so I'm quite happy, so don't give a fuck.
Well, I got to tell you that out of the South American nations, man, you guys seem like you're on a knife's edge for going either way, of like reverting to just going the way of Venezuela, honestly, or actually managing to figure out like, okay, maybe we should actually make the basis of our society property rights and just leave that alone. It's not that difficult. Just try it. I swear. Give it a chance.
But Brazilians are so attached to this patrimonialistic.
It's honestly South America, dude. It is South America. Like I don't mean to generalize, but it's true.
No, but you're correct. It's generally South American shindig. Funny thing is that Argentina during the 1900s was a first world country, but as a good Brazilian, we always like to make fun of the Argentinians, and they took every wrong possible decision along these 118 years until now, and now they're a shithole.
Well, that's France in a nutshell. Like I do think that I talk a little bit about in the video I talked about yesterday, but France, dude, they are so fucked because the basis of their revolution and the basis of their reformation coming out of the revolution was collectivism. Bro, they're not going to last forever. They just can't do it because
no, they can't. No, France is not self-sustaining. I look at their government structure, their work hours, and how everything is set up.
What's amazing is that that kind of thing, like the work hours thing, which I'm actually shocked by, especially for what the UK was like once. It just brings on Thatcher, and then just that kind of politician comes in and just goes, okay, this is over. No more.
This is over. No more free meals. Fuck this. If you want to work. If you want to be like a scumbag, just free rider, go fuck yourself.
When when Sargon told me that there were legit 3-hour work weeks for certain like public services, I couldn't fucking believe it. I thought he was bullshitting me. But
when you tell me about that, if this is Britain back in the 80s, Venezuela right now is like that because they don't. The country is falling apart. They literally have no running energy. to work a full 5-hour week, as in business week.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is it's what I mean by with Brazil. Like as far as I can tell from an outside perspective, like it could really go either way. And the thing is though, and I know this as a fact of the way investment works. If you guys go the route of basically what Japan did in the 80s, and even before then, but this is what they did, where they basically looked to the West and especially to the United States and were like, investors welcome. You will have billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars pour into your nation.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Because the Workers' Party, our Labor Party, our local Labor Party, is heavily Marxist, dogmatic. When we talk about it, it's not even like the vision of the party is not even like 1960s kind of leftism. It's a party enamored with the vision of like Karl Marx just came out with his manifesto yesterday, and that's our left. And that's our left.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, have you read Das Kapital? This fucking hotcakes. It's like, yeah, all right, bro. Lay off the ideology.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of like the postmodernists in that is that like they basically had to obscure the fact that they're Marxists and had to obscure that the basis of like their decision making is just Marxism, and at least they had the knowledge and the sense to obscure it and to make it a lot harder to understand. But it just seems like more and more in recent times. That's falling by the wayside, and people are just like outright admitting, like, "Yeah, I'm a communist." And it's like, bro, okay, are you like the Cuban kind of communist? Are you like the Vietnamese kind of communist? Are you the Chinese kind of communist? What kind of communist are you, bro? Because everywhere it's been tried, it's been nothing but mass graves, starvation, and hell. Like, are you?
Yeah, yeah, you won't believe it. I have Venezuelan friends who fucking fled the country.
Oh, I can believe it.
And one of them would tell me, "Oh yeah, I just broke up with my girlfriend." This is a lesbian friend I have. She would tell me, "Yeah, I broke up with my girlfriend because she's pro Workers' Party," and I could have just accept that. And I was like, "Okay, tell me more." And because our Labor Party was like, "Oh yes, Venezuela is the model to follow in terms of democracy in South America." I'm like, "Are you fucking insane?"
Yeah, they must be, because that kind of democracy is pretty much like the Islamic kind of democracy, which is vote me in and then the elections stop.
Yeah, vote me in or you'll disappear midnight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know you don't want to talk about too much about South American politics.
It's very interesting to talk about, because I honestly think that for even people like Sargon and others, like nobody talks about South American politics. And my God, like, Europe is a mess, but South America, man, it's basically like, it's like watching, and I don't mean to be too,
no, you can be blunt about it. I don't really give a shit. I know Brazil is a shithole. I know I live in a fucking shithole. I don't give a fuck.
Well, the thing is that I look at Brazil and it's like, I can honestly, and I mean this, I genuinely mean it, and I'm not saying it to be polite. I do think it can become a first world nation within my lifetime, and I mean that.
No, bro. No, it will not be. Trust me.
There's an ongoing.
There's an ongoing joke here in Brazil. Everyone says it. Oh yeah, Brazil is the country of the future. But everyone is like, okay, you know that joke about free beer tomorrow? Okay, now it's tomorrow.
Yeah,
beer tomorrow. Yeah, that kind of thing. So every time it's like postponing Brazil of the future, yeah, and then we elect fucking crazy ass ideologues. For example, the last Labor Party was a woman, Juma. I don't know if you.
I think I know the name. Yeah.
Yeah, she was impeached.
Yeah.
For a few years during her tenure, she congealed all the fucking electrical housing prices, the electrical sector prices, and obviously, when you congeal prices, when you put back them to floating on the free market, the companies have to make up for the losses.
Yeah.
So now all these communist fuckwads are going around saying, "Oh yeah, we can't sell all our national sovereignty and assets to and they do the same rhetoric as
I might have
Venezuela,
to pause
Cuba."
you right here because we got a persona thing here. Is this might be the dancing games? If it is, then you can continue on. But
Yeah,
if
it's
it
fine.
isn't, it's crazy. I figured that Atlas would be done, especially because they're working on other things currently. But I want to see what this is because this might be a big deal.
Yeah, it's fine. If I'm talking too much, you can cut me
No,
off. I don't
it's
really
funny
care.
because, like I said, it is very interesting, and I think that South America, for whatever reason, people don't like to discuss because I think that honestly, like if you look at Venezuela, like it's very hard to look at Venezuela or excuse me, just to South America and just be like, like I like if you want to call yourself a leftist and you look at South America, you kind of have to have a hard look in the mirror if you want to label yourself as that, because the left in South America is an embarrassment to fucking humanity, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
And I wish it weren't the case, but it's pretty much true wherever you find it that the left doesn't really seem it has ideological goals, but it doesn't. And it's funny because Sargon was actually talking about this earlier today in another video, but it's something that I've been saying myself that the left has goals. And it's like, well, we just need to figure out how we get there. And it's like, okay, that's not a fucking worldview, bro. Like, that's a joke. Like, oh, Super Smash. Okay, I don't care. Okay, we can continue. Fuck Super Smash Brothers. I don't care. Nintendo games, man. It's been Nintendo shit all night. Like, I don't care. Oh, man.
Yeah, I like Smash Brothers, but it's just that kind of thing of, yeah, all right, you have friends over, yeah, okay, let's play it, but
Well,
it's not.
anyways, you were saying about your pessimism towards Brazil becoming first world, but I think you honestly underestimate the ability for a government, and we've seen this in China, and it's not exactly a good parallel to draw, but you've seen um, China basically terraform their nation to catch up to investment. Like that is the reason why they have been doing what they've been doing is to cater to specifically the investment from the West. And honestly, despite all of the horrible things that China does to basically, uh, you know, to basically showcase that they don't believe in property rights and flaunt that, breach contracts and all that sort of thing all the time, and there be no recourse for investors in that and companies.
Yeah, you're talking about that. Until now, I used to work with a company within the aeronautical sector. We work because we had products in terms of using them for transportation of soy. Okay, there's another meme there for you,
Mm-hmm.
soy. But the west region of the country produces huge amounts of soy,
Yeah.
and the other day, like you were saying about breach of contracts and everything else, the company we had our eye on simply left Brazil because in terms of corporate culture, in terms of Brazilian versus Chinese standards, the Chinese seem to be pretty draconian when it comes to dealing with us. Not that Brazilians are very well responsible. I mean, there are sectors, obviously, there are very, 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 very professional. They want to make their contracts and do everything about this. But um, most of the things, the culture shock was so great. We couldn't get a contract going with these two companies. And we're talking about a company that has like acres and acres, the size of fucking Rhode Island in Brazil, just of soy plantations, just soy
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah, I think that's one of well, that's what Japan did, and it's starting to have the opposite effect. And I actually talked to somebody who's pretty knowledgeable about economics, and he said that this is a bad sign for Japan. Is in the '80s, the late '70s, early '80s, they started building a whole shitload of golf courses in Japan, and that was to attract Western investors, and it worked. The problem is now is they're closing them and basically turning them into parks and other such things because the investors are basically pulling out. It's not working anymore, and it's a bad
That's sad
time
to
to
hear.
expand. And what you need to do basically is do what China's doing to some extent, is basically teach everyone there, and I'm not sure of your education system, basically teach everyone English. And that's like
Yeah, I
the
agree
first
with you.
step on the road. That's the first step on the road. The other thing you're going to have to do is basically, in effect, bend the knee. So basically, we do another Iraq, and Brazil like says like, yeah, Iraq 2.0, yeah. Like you put like out an official statement from your government supporting, the next Iraq. Like that's another good way to attract Western or specifically American investment. Is you basically uh, I don't want to say that you declare yourself a vassal state because I think that sounds too negative, but you basically make it clear that you're picking a side, so to say.
No, yeah, with our regional governments, it's either 80 or 8. It's either you go for the shithole nations, like, oh yeah, you got the Labor Party, okay, our axis of interest will be Venezuela, Cuba,
Oh,
socialist
jeez.
Kirchner Argentina, or
Oh.
now you have right wing government in Argentina. They even hosted the G20
Mm-hmm.
with Macri.
Well, I could tell you that even though like I don't like neocons, I don't like neoliberals, and that neoliberalism is the ideology of like the investment class, as far as I can tell. Like they are very, very, very pro Clinton type people, very, very much so pro Clinton kind of people. Um, those are pretty much the people that you have to kiss the ass of if you want to get investment, because they are weirdly monolithic in that way. They very much do things that will suit themselves ultimately, but the fact is that when the investment money comes in, the downside is that it makes you a lot more susceptible to basically becoming more like an actual vassal state to people who are from America and that, or from the UK, wherever the money's coming from. The upside is that for the quality of life of the people in the nation, it skyrockets.
But in a sense, when you say a vassal state, back when we had Fernando Henrique in power, he made all sorts of deals with the IMF to help us pay loans,
Yeah.
maybe stabilize our what you call it, our
Debt?
currency,
Oh, okay.
because when the military government gave power to civilian powers, waddling we were waddling in hyperinflation. So when you say making a vassal state, Brazil, in a sense, is not a nation known for being a responsible payer.
Oh, okay.
So when you say vassal states and you make contracts with people who are serious about money and everything about that, I think it's actually a positive, even if it's a little too heavy-handed for Brazilian politics.
Okay, I think I understand.
All
Well,
right, you should read the super chat over here because I think people here want you to see the chat.
just got here. Are you aware that's? Oh my God, Sargon's fucking Patreon was removed. I don't see Sargon saying anything about that.
Yeah, let me see if I can go to his Patreon.
I'll go to my Patreon and look.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to yours too. Let me see if it's up.
Mine is, as far as I can tell, it's fine.
Yeah, let me
Let me
see
check
yours.
my notification.
Hey, by the way, thanks for having me. It's
Yeah, no
kind of good.
problem.
Kind of good.
It's definitely Brazilian politics is definitely of interest to me because, like I say, I'm only so worldly, but I do think that there's a few nations in this world that are I think that their development is positive for the United States and for the world, and I think Brazil is one of those nations. Like I don't think that you're like, if you were to grow in the same sense or develop in the same sense as India or these other nations, like India has a lot of fucking problems, and there's a reason why you don't really want to see them grow as a power, because then it makes their whole issue with Pakistan even worse. And with Brazil, as far as I know, like you don't really have all those kind of hangups geopolitically.
No, no, not really. Our only main problem is the evangelical power groups within
Oh,
Congress.
is that
Uh,
is Brazil very Catholic? If is that the is that
Brazil
true?
is Brazil is very Catholic, but in Brazil, when you set up a church, you get tax discounts.
Oh, okay.
So I live right beside a church, and they actually usurped public property to set up this church,
Jesus.
and no one gives a shit. And no one gives a shit because everyone is like, yeah, all right, it's a church, we like it. Go fuck yourself.
Uh oh wow, Sargon's account was removed. Holy shit. Let me notify him on Patreon, or excuse me, on uh uh Discord. Holy shit. Milo got removed yesterday, I believe, for no reason. Like they just were like, "You're associated with Gavin McInnes, therefore you're gone." It's like, he is? When? Since when? He's always been on his own, like done his own thing. He's never been associated with Gavin McInnes. What are you talking about? And they removed him anyways. It doesn't make any sense. And now Milo's like saying, like, okay, you need to review this because what you're saying is demonstrably false. And you know, I know people have their problems with Milo, but there's what's true and there's what's false. And well, thanks for Dale Ritter and those in the chat for notifying me of that. I just sent something to Sargon on Discord. He's currently idle, but he should be still around. He might have gone to bed.
Yeah, I just got a Discord notification right now.
I checked. People are like, you didn't even check, dude. Yeah, I checked. Talking about. Anyways, what the fuck is game of the year? Is it Red Dead? What is it? What is game of the year? It's probably going to be Red Dead. What were the other choices? I imagine it's probably going to be Red Dead. It's this year's flavor. You know, late in the year, it's super hyped. I have to imagine that people are going to pick it. Have you picked that up, Basinski? Have you picked up Red Dead 2?
I'm gonna paraphrase you. My PlayStation 4 is kind of a paperweight right now.
You know, I haven't touched my Xbox One in probably over a year or two. I've played like 3 or 4 games on it ever. It was a really bad choice on my part to buy. This console generation has been pretty fucking bad. There hasn't been really a
tell me
lot.
about it.
Um,
Well, credit to you saying pretty much the Western gaming industry has gone to shit, basically.
Well, I that's really the main point of this Game Awards show that they are avoiding with such intensity that you know that it's for the sake of like, we have to never address the fact that like no one mentioned Battlefield 5. No one mentioned fucking any Bethesda game. I don't think I've seen anything from Bethesda. And there's been tons of awards for Switch games, Nintendo games, Microsoft, PlayStation. Like, there's been tons of advertisements. Nothing from those specific studios.
Yeah, but that's the thing. EA can't stop. Every time EA touches something, you know it's gonna come with
I used
controversy.
to disagree with that, but I agree with it now. I think that was it God of War 1, I believe. It looks like God of War 1, which I didn't play at all. Gong Ye is apparently having some sort of conniption fit. I'm not really sure why. Hold on, let me unmute this to see what he's talking about. Is he just surprised? Okay, so it was game of God of War that won. Okay.
Some guy called Use BitChute said God of War seemed boring as fuck. I'm sorry if I don't know if I'm swearing, if I'm gonna demonetize your stream, by
No,
the way.
it might be. It's probably usually it starts out demonetized, and I already swear plenty, so it's fine. Doesn't really matter.
God of War.
Yeah, I've never played any of the God of War games, and I probably won't start with this one. I've just seen it pretty much. Look at this guy's shirt: gay, straight, boy, girl, purple, green, unicorn. What the hell does it say on the bottom? Human. Well, I guess that's better. I guess that's better than what it could have been, but it's still like identitarian trash, where it's like, okay, well, do you believe that? And if you do so, why do you need to be such a flamboyant dude? Like, why do you have like a suit made of Marilyn Manson, like sketches? Are you seeing this guy in the whites? Hold on,
yeah,
wait for him to do. Yeah, you just need it. Not just a little too flamboyant, there, guy. People are like, yes, that's seals the company's fate, pretty much. Anyways, you were saying something about EA that pretty much like signing on with them is dooming you as a developer.
No. I just wanted to mention in passing aspect, everything that EA touches is a fucking train wreck, cancer, metastasizing.
Well, dude, they've been in, I want to say, 2 or 3 scandals this year alone, like big scandals. Battlefield 5 kind of eclipsed the others, but I can't even remember offhand what they were, but I know that they were involved in at least 2 other ones.
No.
And you go ahead.
Was the junta based enough to overcome its wicked corruption issues? No. Brazil's always going to have its corruption problems. In terms of I remember like a year ago or something, I sent you a super chat, and then everyone was like, "Boo Basinski," because I was playing Battlefront 2.
Oh, really? Jeez, man.
Yeah, and it was kind of funny. I was like, everyone start oppressing Basinski. I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna be funny.
Well, I had a friend of mine who plays a lot of those. He's a DICE fan, and I've never been a fan of DICE in terms of their games, and by that I mean that I've never really gotten into them, and I've always found them to be kind of reskins of reskins of reskins.
Yeah,
and,
they're reskins.
I played Battlefront 1, and I played with him in the beta, and I was like, dude, there's no way I'm fucking buying this. And the thing is, I'm a Star Wars fan. I've always been a Star Wars fan, at least for the last probably 10 years. I've been a serious fan. I've read like a ton of the books that are now all retconned and all the rest. But I've never been able to get into the DICE games. And even when it's like, okay, here's a Star Wars FPS, multiplayer, it's like, okay, well, I'm still not into it, bro. If you can't do it with that, I don't think you can do it. I don't think there's any way to get me into it. I guess this is the end of the show here. So this is a lot less cringy than the previous times, at least to that I listened to. The exception was the fucking furry and the Facebook ads. Those are pretty cringy. But that furry dude, did you see that? Did you see that furry guy that came on stage? Bro, it was something crazy. Let me roll it back to when the furry came on stage. That was something else. That was the top cringe of this. Oh, did Anthem get a spot in this? Where was that? Where was that Anthem? I saw Anthem pop up for a second.
When you talk about furries, I can only think about the recent sex scandals within the furry community.
You mean like the raping dog stuff?
Yeah, I just cannot know. Why do you people still cater to this audience? Why stop these people? I'm not normal.
Because they're slowly being brought into the LGBT umbrella, especially in gaming. They're basically the token minority that you need to treat as special, even though, oh, here he is right here. Here he is on stage accepting the award for best esports player. And he was super, like, he has a lisp. He's super awkward. And the thing is that, like, I get it. Like, I've done public speaking before. It's not easy.
No.
You basically, the way that you get over your fear really fast, and there's a lot of people that fear public speaking, is get on stage and just say to yourself, like, pretty much like, I deserve to be here, and I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks. If they were meant to be here, they would be the one talking. And then just say whatever you have to say. Then it's very easy. I did that in college, and I got used to it very quickly. I did. We did these. It was the one auditorium class that I had in. It was a political course, but it was at my alma mater. We had it was the one auditorium and classroom. It was probably of like 100 something people, and we had debates. And I basically showed up. I think that was my final year. That was my senior year. And bro, by that point, I did not give a shit. And that was one of the best classes I ever had, because people would boo and they get offended, and I'd be sitting there. And at the time, I was a senator in the student union, and I didn't give a fuck, dude. I would just go in there and I just lay it down, dude. I loved that class just because, like, people either hated my fucking guts or thought I was the funniest fucking dude in the class, and that it was the funnest shit. Because, like, and I have all these black guys coming up to me at the end of the class, like coming up to me, like shaking my hand, like slapping me on the shoulder, like saying that they fucking love me, that I'm the best part of the class, and all that shit. And
That's
fun.
cool, man.
It was fun. But that's if you're taking political science, not you, but to the audience, if you're taking political science as your course, the easiest way to get popular or to be hated is to be in some student office on campus, like the student union, be in office and basically wear like the hoodie or wear some symbolism that showcases that you're in office, meaning that you're either appointed or elected, and just don't give a shit. And you will be hated, but also very popular. That's been my experience. People would like recognize me and shit on campus, and I enjoyed the hell out of my senior year of college, even though by that point it was a fucking grind and I was ready to be done, man. Are you still in college, Basinski?
Nah, man. I finished. Finished. Been
How
out of
long
it
ago?
Yeah, I finished in 2000.
Oh, are you older than me?
Yeah, by like 2 years or something.
Oh, jeez. Please wrap it up. But yeah, this furry guy. Are you sure that people said that I should make Yoko Ono the thumbnail of this stream? Are you sure you don't want it to be this guy? Oh man.
Okay, that's a good picture right there.
It is a good picture.
Look at the guy and look at the guy in the corner, just like, that's a nice piece of ass right
he cringes there. At one point. He cringes at one point after he says something. Yeah, he says at one point, I wish I could play it, but I have to take off my headset or switch to OBS to make it play through so everyone could hear it. But he says, I'm everything that Republicans hate. And he also apparently said, according to people on Twitter, he implied that Republicans hate black people. Which is just like, okay, like, I don't know, like, maybe if you are a total ideologue who doesn't pay attention to politics remotely, it's like, okay, maybe then I would agree with you, but not to anyone who's paying any kind of attention. Like, black males is currently the one minority that Republicans are chasing after pretty hard. They seem to have a pretty active effort.
Yeah, you've been telling me that's what I've been telling, because a lot of my friends have done college in the States.
Okay.
The only reason I didn't do it because I actually graduated from an American school here in Brazil.
Oh, okay.
I actually learned English before Portuguese.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, because I was living outside of Brazil at the time.
Okay.
But it was more of a parents kind of work kind of thing.
Okay.
So I've always been very close to American culture in this sense. So when
I apologize. I'm gonna go on my Obama styled apology tour and apologize for our awful culture. I mean, there's obviously aspects to American culture that I absolutely will defend. I think that we are one of the last beacons in this fucking world for liberty. But when it comes to pop culture, I apologize. You know, post 1992, I apologize for all of it. Anything before then, it's fine. But anything after, I'll apologize for it because it's abysmal.
Someone mainly misheard Americanize Brazil. Well, yeah, Brazil's going that way, pretty much.
I'd agree with that because, in all honesty, like, it's not to say that there aren't cultural aspects or what have you of Brazil that don't deserve to be preserved. Obviously, there. I would imagine there's things in, you know, how old the nation is that there are things worth preserving. But in terms of, like I say in the video that I will have to probably edit now that I've mentioned it more than once, the big difference, in my opinion, of what separates the United States to every other nation on Earth is the fact that, you know, we have a general acceptance of individualism, and basically the debate that we have oftentimes, excluding the far left, who has become more emboldened as of late because of academia, excluding them, it's a debate between your regular average day individualist versus objectivists, like Ayn Rand thumping objectivists, like radical individualists. Like,
yeah, that sounds a little bit of utopic, though.
No, I honestly, it doesn't. It For that to be something that happens in Brazil, I don't think that it's impossible to have happen. By the way, I just want to make clear, people in the chat, you can hear Brzezinski, right?
I think so. Some people are asking me questions.
I want to just make sure. People in the chat, can you shout out if you can hear it? Okay, just want to make sure. Because I muted you before, and then I think you unmuted yourself. So I was like, holy shit, has he been muted this whole fucking time? Anyways. So yeah.
Sam Petrie asked me about some economic boom bust. In response to that, I'd say I think our institutions today are much more robust in terms of serving as guard dogs, so we can avoid this type of back to hyperinflation loop bust kind of deal.
Yeah,
even though Bolsonaro's old guard, military kind of guy, he put a very staunch, quote unquote, liberal economist into power. So let's see how it does.
Well, I would say that it's probably a good thing, despite that guy's politics. You know, by itself might not be great, but I do think that it's a lot better as an alternative to putting a fucking socialist in that position.
No, if you put a socialist, everything's gonna go to shit.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, all investors need to do is basically go to Brazil, like turn their head and look at Venezuela and just go, like, I don't know, because I mean, every company's pulled out of Venezuela at this point that's American that has any sense. Because like, I forget which car company it was, but like
it was GM.
It was GM. They haven't had a good year, and they like the government just seized their factory, and it's like, yeah, bro, you have a car factory in a socialist state. What exactly did you think would happen?
Yeah, Maduro just went by and nationalized it, and it's like, oh yeah, this is the Venezuelan people, and the Americans were like, okay, all right, well, fuck off. See, good luck with that shit. Now they don't have good quality cars.
There's people memeing the old shit. Like, this is definitely an old school Chappelle Show meme right here. The wrap it up box. This is old school fucking Chappelle Show meme right there. Wrap it up. Oh man, I guess this is real. I've seen people reporting this. There's people apparently following up and saying that it did happen. But I love that. I love the fact that this is apparently something that was real. That the furry kid on stage, who this is apparently the most political thing that happened during the show, was this fucking furry kid just getting on stage, just dropping all this bullshit. Which is just like I'll just never understand like why. I mean, the thing is I do and I don't. It's funny to me because this was actually one of the things I talked about with Eric Kane, and I noticed that he really didn't push back on me at all in this way. So I think that he's either afraid to talk about it or that he is just in acknowledgement and he understands it. That despite all the diversity pushing and all the, shut up, male, you white male, despite all that bullshit, the statistics have basically stayed exactly the same as they were like 15 years ago. Nothing has changed. The people playing the different types of games, the different categories, the different genres, they've stayed completely static. The only thing that's changed has been basically MMORPGs, and it is because of World of Warcraft. That's been about it. Nothing else in terms of genre has really shifted.
No, not really. When you talk about games and that kind of things, genres, anything groundbreaking, it's like, oh yeah, it's like, all right, that's a game. I'm not really excited for it, but maybe I'll play it. Maybe I'll not. Whatever.
Well, there's that, but I mean more in terms of like the idea of, well, we need to make gaming more inclusive and we need to focus on getting women into gaming. And by the way, with I'll get this off screen, with Far Cry New Dawn, with the two fucking, half black, half white, whatever they're actually called in terms of slang, these two protagonists, this is why they're there. This is why they're there. The reason why they're there is not because they came up with these two girls and they're like, oh man, these would be great antagonists in a post-apocalyptic world. Because, again, this is set in fucking, where is it? It's not Minnesota. Montana. Okay, so let's in real time, let's look up the statistics of Montana as a state. What are the demographics of Montana? Let's take a look here. Let's scroll down.
Mainly Indians.
White, 89% as of 2010.
As a minority.
Native American, 6.3%. The largest one beyond that, Asian, at 0.6%, less than 1% Asian. Black, 0.4%. So less than 0.5% are black in Montana. Montana is an exceptionally white state because it is a rural state. There are more Asians, which is the smallest minority in the United States. If you're going to put a game set in Montana, when you make it so multicultural that there's just black rednecks everywhere, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Because anyone that is not French, living 1,000 miles, 5,000 miles, whatever it is, from the United States, anyone that has any idea about the rural states in the United States know that the rural states are overwhelmingly 90%, oftentimes even higher, white. So it's fine if you want to include black characters, Asian characters, Native American characters, of which there is, I believe, one that is in Far Cry 5. One Native American character, where 6% of the population is Native American. You could get away with having a few natives. It would make sense, honestly. But black queens, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at a face value. For, again, the apocalypse happens, okay? So let's say that 90% of people die in the nuclear apocalypse that happens in Montana. Why anyone in the world would be nuking Montana is left unsaid. No one knows why. It's not Washington, D.C., it's not New York City, but for whatever reason, we're nuking Montana, of which there's nothing of any significance there. But let's say it happens and 90% of people die. Okay, again, black people represent less than 0.5% of the demographics of Montana. Why then, even in this trailer, are black people fucking everywhere?
We was Queens.
This is not Detroit, okay? This is not Buffalo. This is not New York City. This is not a quote-unquote diverse city. This is fucking rural Montana. If you had natives, it would make sense. But you have to have the Queens. The Queens. And it's like, okay, listen. Anyone who's has any sense is gonna look at this and ask the question that no NPC wants to answer. Why? Why are there 2 black queens? Why is it not a Native American or a white person or whomever? Why is it 2 specifically black women? Why? And you get angry replies. Well, why not? Why can't it be 2 queens in this game? And it's like, well, this just appears to be more virtue signaling. This just appears to be another attempt to say like, oh, well, we need to be inclusive for the sake of black gamers. It's like, listen, guys, black people already play video games. They already play first-person shooters. There's no reason why to push this outside of just bare bones ideology, like for the sake of just ideology. That's the only reason why one would assume you would have to do this. Because I noticed that in Far Cry 4, there was a lot of Asians. A lot of Asians. Pretty much everyone in the game was an Asian. So why is it that if you set a game in Asia, you can have almost all Asians? The exceptions that you have is like the main character who's like half Asian and one of the antagonists who's an American. Like that's one of the few people that's actually white. And the CIA guy is white. Herc is white. You can name the amount of white people in that Tibetan nation, whatever it is, on like one hand. That's how many you can name. And that's fine because you're in the middle of Asia. You wouldn't expect there to be a ton of whites. But in rural Montana, for whatever reason, you got to have the queens. You got to feature the queens. And what are they doing? Acting as violent psychopaths. Why? Why? Oh, by the way, this guy right here, I believe this is the preacher from Far Cry 5. I think that's him right there, but older, 17 years older. It's just honestly one of those things about gaming that I dislike, and I don't think that this is actively making gaming better. I think that this is one of the culprits for an excuse that if you don't innovate as a game, if you have a direct sequel to the game you just made and it's the same setting, literally the same setting, 17 years in the future, and you just make it more colorful with a post-apocalyptic theme, like, that's fucking lazy. That's lazy. And this is, like, the Queens is not a selling point. This isn't, like...
Fallout 4 Cry?
Well, literally, like, it is, they, like, them as super colorful, and they showcase, I think, some of the pictures of these guys, like, dude, this is straight up, like, the same faction from Rage. This is the same faction from Fallout Nuka World. It's literally the same, we're raiders, we're super psycho, and we're super colorful. It's literally the same fucking gimmick. And it's like, yo, can we limit it to one game a year that uses the same gimmick for raiders in the post-apocalypse? Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Far Out 76 Cry.
I'm surprised. Like, the total lack of awareness that they have of... And here's the thing, too. Like, I've met plenty enough black people, and I've asked them this question. No, like, dude bro black guy who plays Call of Duty, they don't give a shit about representation in gaming.
No, they don't. I also follow a channel that likes to review Star Wars. I think it's some guy, what's it called?
Is it some black guy?
No, World Class Bullshitters.
Okay.
They have a panel when they rag on SJW Star Wars. And this guy is literally, there is this black guy literally on the panel saying, why the fuck are they doing this? I don't give a shit about skin color. I want the story to be good.
Yeah.
And he's just sitting there like awestruck, like, oh, I've been a fan since I was a child. What the fuck are they doing to Star Wars? I don't want to see Vice Admiral gender studies.
Yeah.
I don't know, rag on Dago Poe or something.
I haven't heard that one before. Dago Poe. That's pretty funny.
Well, yeah, he is kind of the white, kind of like insert, but when you look at him, he's like, okay, he's got those Spaniard traits.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. I know what you mean. Well, that was the crazy part of what was it? Star Wars
Rogue One?
Yes, Rogue One. Like insanely diverse, except for the fact they had a white protagonist, a white female protagonist who could not have been less of a character. Like, you got your representation, okay. It's like, okay, now make a good movie. Can you do that? And what's amazing to me is that a bunch of different outlets like Red Letter Media ripped that movie to shreds. But it's like some of the things they shit on, it was like I liked about it, like the CGI of Tarkin in that film. I actually liked. I liked Tarkin as a lot as a character, but it was because he was a character. He was a spooky, villainous, Empire character, and it's like he's one of the best characters in the movie, and he's dead. the actor's dead, and they had to CGI him into the fucking movie. Like,
yeah,
how sad is that?
No, but you know the gravitas of his character when in episode 4 Vader is choking one of the guys inside the conference room, and he's like, okay, Vader, chill a bit. Vader's like, yeah, whatever, fine.
Yeah. Well, that's ultimately one of the things that I've seen them talk about, and I've seen people talk about in general with like older male actors, that when you've been in acting for a long time, and especially if you've been in like theater acting, it seems, because that's very true about Charles Dance, who was Tywin Lannister from Game of Thrones. Yes. You create a natural kind of gravitas where you can carry yourself, and it's believable, and people like it. It's a lot easier for you to play a villain. And who else that's true for? Weirdly enough, is
that guy from Inglourious Bastards, Christoph Waltz.
Yes and no. I really think he's kind of I'm reaching my limit with him. He's starting to piss me off.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I absolutely there's a spoiler for you. What was I thinking of? Boondocks. Somebody let me check the chat and see if anyone caught that. I know somebody will. Oh no, I don't mean that kind of Boondocks. I don't mean the actual Boondocks. I mean the TV series. Hold on. I think it's Ed something. Let me find his name. See if anyone picked it up. Let's see. Characters, let me go down here. It's always ruins this when I gotta actually look it up. Where is it? Edward Asner. So I forgot his last name. Edward Asner. He's like this super like lefty, like typical elitist Hollywood kind of guy, but he's very old. He's a very old actor. And he can absolutely play like a super corrupt, evil corporate guy. And it is because he's an old white guy that has gravitas and can carry himself. And that's a learned thing. You can't just get that overnight. It's something that you have to learn, especially as an actor. And I forgot where actually I was going with this, by introducing it. Oh, of Star Wars. That's the thing about that character is Tarkin in Star Wars, is that you have to have you either have to have a good enough character that any actor can portray, which requires a good screenwriter, or you have to have a good enough actor that they can carry any role. And in Star Wars, they don't have either. They have neither.
No.
And it's catching up to them ultimately, where their ticket sales are plummeting. There's been a chart that I've seen from Ethan Van Sciver, who is a big Star Wars fan, and he tracks a lot of this. He showed the ticket sales for all the past Star Wars movies, and it's basically equal to Telltale Games and the sale of their games. Like, it is just a freaking dead drop. Like, it is terrible.
Yeah,
And,
imagine being an indie comic writer. You just launch your products on Indiegogo. You actually made a video about this, and you're like, yeah, you have the same numbers as a multi-million-dollar company.
It's true. It's true. The if you compare Ethan Van Sciver, and if you were to include Diversity Comics, I forget his name offhand, but if you include the both, like, they're making Marvel money at this point. The only reason it's not sustainable, like, they couldn't keep putting them out one by one and keep making that kind of money. But if they were to actually develop some kind of big indie scene and some big indie market over time, they could literally put companies like Marvel, at least in the comic sense, out of business, because they'll never be able to compete with them in terms of just overall quality. And the fact that they are engaged with their actual fan base of like late 30s, early 40s dudes, because those are comic fans at this point. It's not kids.
Yeah, speaking of which, a moment for silence for Stan Lee. The way they attacked him during his death, that shit was heinous, man.
Yeah, I'm not a big enough comic fan to really mourn his loss. Obviously not.
No, me neither. But I think at the end of his life, the way
Right.
his business managers were treating him.
Oh, yeah, well, there's that, but I think what you're meaning is that, like, the people that actually cover, like, the journals and that basically shit on him after he died and called him, like, an asshole and, like, a harasser and a sexist, and it's like, Jesus Christ, like, the guy's not even cold, and you're already, like, assassinating his character in this way. It's like, fuck. But, I mean, I said similar things about George W. Bush, but I don't think I maligned him in any way that wasn't true. I think that with George W. Bush especially, or H.W. I should say, Bush, who died, the guy wasn't a popular president at all. He only had one term for a reason. He was not popular, even among Republicans. And it's like, so now everyone's singing in his praises. And I saw, like, somebody said, like, he's the best president of the past generation of presidents. It's like, oh, that was Joe Biden. Joe Biden said that and shit on Obama and said he's of the living presidents, he was the best of the lot. And it's like, he was the most unpopular since Jimmy Carter. Like, what are you talking about? No one liked H.W. Bush. He was super powerful in Texas and super connected, and like the progenitors of neoconservatism. Like, I'm not going to not give him credit to that in that regard, but he wasn't popular. His son was a fucking buffoon and managed to get 2 terms.
Someone says, "Yeah, I'm with Sticks. Good riddance." Sage theory.
Yeah, he
Sticks probably. Yeah, I only saw the headline of Sticks' video just shitting on him, but I didn't get to click on it.
Yeah, Sticks is pretty much any kind of neocon. He went a lot harder on fucking John McCain, rightly so. John McCain, holy shit, he was a freaking beaut. He made George H.W. Bush look good. John McCain was a freaking mess. It's unbelievable to me that once upon a time I nearly voted for him. Here's Jeremy from the Quartering dumping on the new Far Cry game. Well, one thing I can say is the Fortnite color scheme was enough to make me not interested. Oh yeah, that's right, Fortnite. I didn't even think of that.
Did you see they're gonna introduce PewDiePie as an actual, probably playable character?
Yeah, Fortnite. I think that it's not the first that they've introduced is like a living person or whatever.
No, I'm just saying because I found it funny. It's like, oh, all right, most popular YouTuber.
I think it's pretty much cynical on their end, where it's like, okay, we want those 70 million fucking viewers of yours, the 70 million subs. We want them showing up and supporting the Epic Store or whatever they're fucking calling it, the competitor to Steam. So
I can imagine the hit pieces coming from SJW saying, Fortnite aligns itself with right-winger PewDiePie.
It depends. I mean, the journos are slippery in that way. Like, if they're getting ad revenue and that kind of shit from Fortnite, and they write a bunch of puff pieces, I don't know if they do it, because I know this from even talking from Eric Kane, is that they shy away from some of those things for the sake of money, and they're basically told from the top down, like, if we're making money, don't do this. And so they specifically lay off.
Speaking of making money, did you see that? I think it was Overlord Gaming, the channel that Jeremy actually made a little piece about. Talking about that when you talk about Metacritic.
Yeah.
They take all those journals, combined scores to see if the studios or publishers can make extra bonuses depending on the score they get.
Yeah, I've known that for quite a while now, but I didn't know like to like, the thing is that and I still don't know to what degree the different development teams, like, I like, the thing is though is that the reason why I don't want to just accept that at face value is that that's been known for a long time, and yet games are continuing to head in a single direction, and that is becoming more and more SJW. Like, even Rockstar is doing it at this point, where they're getting flack.
Yeah, I saw that. SJW to the point of the media, and you actually having people ban the 500,000 sub channel because you punched a fucking
the suffragette in the game.
The suffragette in the game. I was just like, oh jeez, all right.
Yeah, well, it's not just that, it's the fact that, like, the thing is though, and this to me is the difference, that everything that's put in a game is the decision that's made, because that requires time for you to create it. And so the suffragettes were put in that game knowing that they would be there, knowing that it would be an entire mission that you'd have to do, that Arthur would have to do. And I think it's one of the main missions, by the way. It's not even like a side mission. It serves no purpose as well. It's like, it just begs the question, like everything else, just why? Why is this here? And here's the thing. If you want to parody the suffragettes, here's how you do it. You have them bitch and moan about representation and not getting a, equal vote, and et cetera, and at the end of you bringing them wherever they need to go, I think it's in whatever that part is of Lemoyne, forget the exact area, it's a specific part, but when you bring them to their destination, what should have happened is, rather than the men come up and say, it isn't natural for you women to vote, you have them step down and see a black woman and they say, get away from me, nigger. That's how you satirize the suffragettes, is you have them say equality, 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 and then they actually show their face. They actually show what their beliefs are, which is they are white supremacists. And there you go.
I don't know if you have seen, but there's a really old video by Teal Deer. He actually does mention this. I think it was back in the beginning of the 1900s in Seneca Falls, I think. The suffragettes had a convention where only the women would speak, and the keynote speaker was a man saying, this is not the time for men, this is the time for women, the century for women, and some shit like that. And I was just thinking, oh wow, this began over 100 years ago, but it wasn't as intense, obviously, as it is now.
Well, the suffragettes, they did engage in terrorism, and that, like, there were bombings and deaths and like that because of them. But
yeah, which would be considered terrorism. Under,
it is literally political violence. It is the definition of terrorism. But it's not to say that, like, the whole thing was a terroristic front. But the problem is that, like, nowadays, like, with everyone sucking the dick of Antifa, like, political violence is whatever, I guess, to certain people now in the media. But they were legitimately white supremacists. Like, they had a Southern strategy, so to say, and it was literally, we're white women, we're going to help you maintain white supremacy. Like they literally said that. Help, like, give us the vote so that we can maintain white supremacy. Like that was literally a campaign slogan in the fucking South for women's suffrage. And it's like there's no way to gloss over that. It is something that is well known about the suffragettes. So when Rockstar included them in the game, which was ultimately a decision they had to make, there's two ways to go about it. You can show them for what they fucking were, which is in Lemoyne, in the South, in the game, they were fucking white supremacists. Overtly, out loud, they were white supremacists. I mean, there's no way to get around it. And it is. So then why? Why? That is, to me, the big thing is, why is it in the game? And the problem is that I didn't make that decision. No external force told them to do it. It was someone within the company who said, we should do this. And
probably someone wanted to satirize it, but someone had... in Brazil, we have a saying, like you have your asshole in your hand, like holding for dear life. Probably someone in the company was like, yeah, we should at least shine a light to see how piece of the shit these people were, but not so in your face as to get bombarded by SJWs. Kind of a deal. I think that's the main thrust of the decision. I could be wrong though, but
I mean, the thing is about it is that, like I said, like, if you were to, let's say, talk about the suffragettes and you were to put it in the North, that would be fine. It's a lot easier to be politically correct about the suffragettes, even though there was terrorism in the North by the suffragettes. It's a lot easier to gloss over the ugly parts of that movement in the North. But when you said it in the South, the mock version of Louisiana, which is the deep South in 1900, bro, yeah. Like what do you think they were saying back then in Louisiana in the deep South to rural rednecks about the vote? To the plantation owners and workers. Like 30 years out from the fucking war, what the hell do you think they were saying? To me, it's just like, I have to look at Rockstar, and it's just like, I have to look at them and say, like, guys, are you fucking serious with this?
Yeah, it's because they're during the Reconstruction, you had to make concessions to the South to keep with them within the fold. So I mean that my American history is a little bit fuzzy over here, but I think that's the main reason. I give a little bit of autonomy. I think you can correct me. I don't know if I'm saying shit or not, but you can continue. But in the sense, yeah, I think okay, we're gonna give them a little bit of political autonomy in the sense, okay, let them be racist, but they're gonna be in the fold. They can trash talk black people, whatever. Don't really give a shit. Just keep the states within the union.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's just the thing about the game is, like I said, they it's not the only instance where something like that pops up. There's several other aspects of the game that is just it makes you look at it sideways. It makes you look at it with an eyebrow raised, and you just got to say, like, okay, there's something weird. There's something not quite right about this. And it's like, well, I can either spend the time pointing it all out and then everyone calls me fucking Anita Sarkeesian, or I can just not give a damn and say, fuck it. And that was, in the end, what I chose to do, because I don't think that, regardless of what I say or do, it's not changing. Rockstar is Rockstar, and they are their own entity adrift. And I don't think there's anything that could get to them. Even with SJWs, like the only way that they have been attacked successfully has been from within, because as far as I can tell, they are impenetrable to criticism.
Conserva Republique just corrected me, saying the North had the South by the throat after the war and could have and did force them to do what they wanted. All right.
Yeah, the South lost the war, and the North basically they got off lucky, honestly, because Lincoln was elected by, at the time, what was called the Radical Republicans, which was basically like the uber pro-North congressmen, and they basically wanted to fuck the South. And so when the war was over and the South lost, Lincoln got assassinated, and that brought in Andrew Johnson, who was a Southern sympathizer, because I think he was from like Virginia or something. So despite how much the Southerners complained about Reconstruction efforts after the war, it could have been a lot worse. Especially with Lincoln, because Lincoln was basically, he wasn't necessarily in lockstep with the radical Republicans who basically wanted to fuck the South, but he was basically put in by them, and I don't think he would have held back in fucking the South. But the South was basically resentful about the Civil War for quite a long time, but it's pretty much ended by now. The only remnants of like Southern pride that remains that's anything real is basically like white and black rednecks who wear the Confederate flag, who don't want statues torn down. And considering how many communists are tearing down statues like they did in pretty much anywhere that they showed up, like in China or elsewhere, I find that to be incredibly scary. So I don't support tearing down statues for that reason, because it's communists that are doing it, and it's because
exactly. Because when you erase history, you do a disservice to yourself. You don't learn from it.
Well, there's that, but it's actually it's an aspect, because as Muslims do the same thing. Like ISIS was doing the same thing. They were tearing down monuments and like bulldozing statues and like defacing statues and monuments and that from like thousands and thousands of years ago. And the reason is that is a common aspect to totalitarian ideology. It is basically eliminating everything that is not it. The Nazis did similar things as well with burning books. It's basically eliminating ideas that, or anything that is not part of the totalitarian ideology. And Graham in the chat just said the Chinese did it. Absolutely. The Chinese are probably the worst. I think they may have been worse than the fucking Nazis in doing that. Because
I keep thinking how people sometimes like to praise the Chinese for being our allies during the Second World War.
That was fucking short-lived.
Yeah, that was fucking short-lived. But after you subdued Japan and westernized it, you got a whole big lot of problem with those communists over there, because the Chinese were killing themselves in the Civil War, even when the Japanese marched in.
Yes. There has never been a bigger genocide, as far as I know, in the history of the world than what the Chinese did to themselves in the Communist Revolution. They murdered millions and millions of their own people in the name of communism. As far as I know, it's the worst genocide in human history. Someone in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, it's the worst genocide in human history was the Communist Revolution in China. Yeah, that was something else. And to me, ultimately, one of the worst crimes of history, of forgotten history, is Vietnam. Vietnam, in many ways, was basically us intervening for the sake of preventing another China. And we ultimately failed. Like, we pulled out of Vietnam eventually after 14 years of fighting, and they genocided their people. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Everyone who wasn't down with the party, all right, you get the bullet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a 14-year war, so it was definitely a heavy slog, and I think basically sides were taken. I don't think that people were switching sides too much in that war. I think when sides were taken, they were taken. And basically when we pulled out, the remnant, I believe, which was in the South, they just got fucking mowed down. They were done. I mean, you had tens of thousands of people fleeing the nation that were legitimate refugees because they were going to get fucking genocided. And many of them did wind up getting genocided by the North Vietnamese with the assistance of the Soviets.
Exactly.
Anywhere socialism, so to say, has been put into practice, there have been genocides as a direct result.
What are you talking about? No true socialism has ever been put in place.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, you got me. I'll have to cop to that.
For posterity, I actually put a really interesting comment over here saying, consider that Chinese had a civil war up until they fought the Japanese, where the nationalists and communists decided to have a truce to fight the Japs, and then went to fight each other. Yeah,
You know,
pretty much.
we all know. Whoa! I just saw something. What was that? What was that? Sonic Fox just told Ian Miles Chung. Oh my God! Did that fucking furry guy respond to Ian Miles Chung? Hold on. Hold on. Where is he? Oh no! Is
This
this
is
the
your
guy?
stream. This is your stream, by the way. You take it where you want, all right?
Yeah.
I don't want to hijack it.
I need to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. There's people defending him. There's like a bunch of people on his timeline defending him. It's like, okay, you go ahead. A lot of them are furries, but apparently, oh man, Ian Miles Chung. Do I have him on? Hold on, let me see if I have him in DMs. I think I do. Let me send him a DM. I'm gonna send Ian Miles Chung a DM and say like, watch out for the furries, bro.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, who didn't tell Chiang to fuck up at some point?
Yeah, there's a lot of Ian Miles Chung hate. It seems I still follow him, and I don't have any issue with him.
No, I don't have any issue with him when he apologized. I mean, all right. He said, "Yeah, I was shitty. That's fine by me."
Oh, here he is. Here he is. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's true. People are right. I'm trying to think. Somebody come up with something smart and witty for me to say to the fucking faggy furry. Somebody, yes, Dale Ritter, I'm aware. Okay, that's an old. Somebody in chat, or if Basinski, if you can come up with something. Somebody give me something witty to say to our pal, the guy that every Republican apparently hates, the furry. Pull it up. Okay, hang on. Let me share my screen. I'll pull up that tweet. That's so funny that guy, like, right after the fucking show ends, this dude is already on fucking Twitter. Oh god.
He probably had his phone in his pocket vibrating, just like, I just want to tweet right the fuck now.
Probably, because a lot of these guys are addicted to fucking Twitter, like legit. They are addicted. Here's the tweet. His name is apparently. Oh, I thought Sonic Fox was like a joke. I didn't know that was his actual name. That's a pretty cringy name. No, I don't want to send him anything that sounds. I don't want to send him anything that sounds like a threat. I got suspended for telling someone to go kill themselves, so I'm not sending that. I got suspended for that.
Yeah, y'all ugly as hell. Yeah, so ugly. He wears a fucking furry.
He doesn't have to wear a fucking
furry mask.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's what I'm gonna tweet at him. But not ugly enough to wear a mascot mask. Oh. Like seriously, like who are you insulting? Oh man. This is hilarious. Hold on, I just got a DM. Let me check that off screen. Oh, he's afraid that he's gonna get mass reported. Yeah, he probably is gonna get mass reported. So I disavow anyone that's gonna mass report Ian Miles Chung because he made fun of them. But I can't believe fucking Dragon Age is getting another goddamn game. Like, God, why? Oh, speaking of Fox, see, this is the legit. If you want to be a Fox, this is the exact way to do it. Get out of here with your fucking mascot outfits. Add a lisp to that tweet. He does have a lisp. He does have a fucking lisp. I will not deny. I got banned because I called Farrar Abraham a whore. I don't even know who that is. Given hell for a fact. I don't want to say anything that's gonna fucking sound like a threat because I'm gonna get suspended for it every single time. I used to say kill yourself all the time. I don't say it anymore because the last 2 times I've said it, I've gotten suspended. So I don't say that anymore.
By the grace of the golden throne and undying Lord, I declare exterminatus.
I think that Sargon's asleep. I think he is boomered out. He doesn't know that his Patreon's been taken down, so he has a nice gift to wake up to in the next couple hours when he gets up. Do it in Arabic, then it's automatically peaceful. He lisps, he yiffs, and on politics, he whiffs. Yeah, pretty much. Good point there, John Doe.
Congratulate him for not spilling every piece of pasta.
Yeah, he's kind of a living meme, and I don't know. He should feel embarrassed. Honestly, he looked ridiculous. He looked completely ridiculous, and like oh man, let's just put it like this, okay? Put me on a stage and just be like, oh man, conservatives hate me. I'm so gay and all this other shit. It's like it's just bait. It's just bait. Like you're calling every right-wing person a bigot.
Exactly. P.S. Donate to my Patreon.
Pretty much. Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. He might be doing it just for attention, honestly. It might not even be for like beta bucks or progressive bucks, whatever. He's a satire of himself, says Henry Frost or Faust. I agree, Henry. He literally is a satirization of himself. Could you come? I'm gonna tweet that out. Okay, let's just a gay leftist furry who uses his identity as his only defining trait while accepting an award. Find a way for me to parody this person. Because it's true. It is true. That's a very good point. How do you parody this guy? Hold on. Actually, I forgot. Lispy. Is that spelled correctly? Yes. Lispy leftist furry.
Watch as Louis gets banned on Twitter.
That uses his identity as his only defining trait. His identities. No, it's his identity. It's combined.
He hasn't fucked puppies yet. Oh damn.
Oh no. Chat, you're getting too spicy. You're getting too spicy, guys. You know what would be spicy is be like, you need to put this guy in Life is Strange episode 2. That's the only way you can make it that much more progressive is to put him in Life is Strange episode 2. Which it's funny to me because it's like everyone is waiting for me to do episode 2 of that. Like people love the stream so much they can't wait. And it's like, yeah, I can't wait either. I can't wait to just laugh at a piece of shit and earn money. Like people loved it so much they can't wait. And it's like, dude, it's just gonna be me laughing, cracking jokes, and earning money off of somebody else's bad material. What I love about
stream, I'm probably gonna be there to shit post super chat probably.
Sure, man, perfect. I can't believe, because the thing is that it was so perfect as well because I kept talking about the party. And I should do it like a super cut of like those of the clips from that stream because it was so awesome. And it's not like me propping myself up. It was like me talking about how I'm going to go to that party that you're introduced to before your dad gets shot.
Yeah.
It's like you're going to this party, and I'm like, bro, I'm gonna be deep dicking Lila, and it's like, oh, bro, I don't have any condoms. And it's just like you go and you already find condoms, and you pick them up. Oh my god, dude, I was dying playing that. I came off as really like obnoxious by being loud, but I was having such fun because I had not played it at all. I had not watched any streams of it, and all of it was just like first viewing for me. And I thought that was the funniest fucking shit in the world. Was like you're gonna straight up like they had the awareness to put that in the game, but like they couldn't understand like how this could be so easily mocked. It is so bad. Like the second game is so much worse than the first. It's unbelievable. And I might do that at some point just for the sake of comparison, is play the first Life is Strange and show you that like this game isn't all bad. It's not an entirely abysmal game. Like there are certain aspects to it that are at least provocative in some way, but the second game is just abysmal. It's awful. But it's one of those things, though, and this is very common in the United States and maybe across the world, and not just like cringe compilations of something like that, but of when something is so bad that it's good, like you find it fun, you find it genuinely entertaining because it's so fucking bad. That is a classic example. I think it will go on to be. I don't think Life is Strange 2 will go down the memory hole. I do think that it will live on to be one of the cringiest, funniest, worst games on the fucking market. And unknowingly so. They have no idea it's a terrible game. They genuinely, like, dude, it got nominated for Best Narrative tonight for the Game Awards. It got nominated for the Best Narrative of the year.
Best narrative.
Best Narrative of the year it got nominated for, when it is worse than the first game. Like if you said Mass Effect Andromeda had a better narrative than that game, I'd agree with you, and I hated that game.
Dude, don't even start with Andromeda. I saw the fucking videos and
I beat it. I actually beat the game. I reviewed it and put it on my secondary channel. I don't know if it'll ever happen for Dragon Age. I don't know if it'll ever happen with Inquisition.
dude, after watching those really poorly rendered animations for emotions and everything, I was just like, yeah, I'm not going into this. No.
People are saying that V got copyright strikes for Life is Strange 2. It's because he had audio. He didn't mute the audio for the copyrighted shit. I did turn that off, and you lose a bunch of audio in the game, but you don't get flagged for that. My playthrough's still up. But anyway,
Nintendo, I heard Nintendo did the right thing a few days ago.
They're finally rolling back on their policy for basically banning all streaming of their games, which was absurd. But they're finally getting rid of that.
All companies should follow this policy. I mean, it's free advertisement, and I really don't get it.
It's the difference between the West and the East. It's the East. It's the old guard in the East that thought that way. That's why they had that policy, at least from my understanding.
Like, I never played Fallout, and then I saw someone play Fallout 3. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll try it. And I actually liked the game. So I was like, all right. Then I went to Vegas. I liked it as well.
Yeah. So let me get this to the quartering. So glad you got stage time tonight at the Video Game Awards to totally stick it to the Republicans. How woke of you. Thanks for crowbarring politics into video games. I've been waiting my whole life for that. So I'll retweet this by the quartering. That's a good comment by him, mocking this idiot for saying that. Is there any more hot takes on this kid? Any more people mocking this guy? Let's see here. Anything else? I don't see it. No, is that it? Is that all we got on the Lispy Furry? Let me check the chat. Chat, do we have anything more of the Lispy Furry kid who everyone's now having fun making fun of? My own hot take: Rage 2 doesn't look absolutely terrible. Graham, you are incorrect. You are incorrect, Graham. Rage 1 was an abortion. I would rather watch an actual abortion than ever play that game again. And Rage 2 is not going to be much different, in my opinion. I think it's just going to be an equally generic game that relies on, whoa, we're so zany, and, you know, the things I was mentioning earlier. Hey, Louis, when will you smash Victoria's pussy? Well, it never happened. It never happened in Life is Strange 1 or the spin-off game. They gave me a second chance at Victoria in the spin-off with Zoe, and it didn't go anywhere. Your only choice was to dike out with Heather or whatever her name was, and that's why the freaking spin-off wasn't even like awful. It was just boring, and that's why a ton of people asked me to stream it, but I was like, dude, it's boring. Like, it's going to be hard to make this entertaining because it's just kind of boring. It's not even awful like Life is Strange 2 is. It's just boring. Before the Storm is what the spinoff is called. So let me quickly check my DM right here. So I think this is from Ian. Okay, he accidentally hit. Somebody else is DMing him, and he got sent it to the wrong person. Somebody Nick on Twitter says, I cannot imagine the poor quality of the water fountain a gay black furry has to drink from. Patrick says, who do you think bullied him more, Republicans or black people? I guarantee you it's black people. Black people have no mercy for effeminate black dudes.
You're speaking about when you say these things that I remember hanging out with a few friends, and then friend of a friend had a gay friend or some shit like that. I was talking to him and I was like, yeah, I hate really these effeminate men, these like very flamey faggoty types. I like the manly fags. Those are the one that I like.
Yeah, you're not the only person that's had that interaction. It just it's actually a stereotype. It's they do exist, obviously. I'm pretty sure I've met one that's like that, who was black, actually, like a really effeminate gay guy. So they absolutely oh, actually, hold on. I got Nico on Twitter saying also, he's not hot shit just because he won an award for playing sports games in all caps. That doesn't make him better than the rest of us, and I don't approve of him injecting politics into games when I'm already shit on by games journalists over political crap. Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about this, is that, like, he got on stage, he did what every other SJW wanted to do on stage that night, which is make it about himself, make it about politics, when it's like, this has never been nothing more than a cancer to the industry and is killing it. It's not helping this industry. AAA in the West is fucking suffering because of this. And this guy doesn't care. It's not about anything other than him.
Come on, man! Don't you want to pay $60 for an early access game? Battlefield Vagina is awesome.
Well, actually, I have a friend of mine that might be setting me up because they're giving away free copies, and my friend might have been able to pick up one, so I might be getting Battlefield 5 for free because they're giving it away.
All right, if you get it for free, I can understand.
Yeah,
But
I might play it because they're literally giving away copies of it. But he's like, hold on, I'll try to get you one. So I might be playing it perhaps this weekend with him, and I'll have to check it out for myself. So I've seen enough gameplay of it to see that it's just another fucking dice shooter. It's everything else, and apparently they're having player base problems.
Yeah, already.
Damn, dude, there's some people sending me some pretty freaking evil memes of like violence, like anti-furry memes and stuff, and it's like I can't retweet this. I don't want to get suspended.
Tyler McDonald, please play our game. Please, EA Dice. I think you're wrong over there. The last thing I heard was Patrick Soderlund saying,
Yeah.
if you don't like it, don't buy it. You're wrong.
Yeah, he that's what I love about that guy too. Is just like he's like, yeah, you guys are all uneducated. Don't buy the game. By the way, I'm out, baby. Golden parachute. I'm out. He just leaves the company. It's like, god damn, the balls on this guy.
Thanks for the severance.
Yeah.
Opens new studio.
Pretty much. I don't know if he's done or what he's doing. I thought there were anti-cigarette ads. Somebody just said there was a bunch of cigarette ads. I thought there were anti-cigarette, like anti-smoking ads. I'll have to see an update on that for what the ads were. I've heard that Battlefield 5 has worse player-based problems than Titanfall 2. I've heard the same. That Battlefield 5 is having player-based problems. They were anti-vaping? Yeah, I thought so. I thought they were anti-smoking ads. I mean, if I was fucking Dorito Pope, I'd accept pro-smoking ads. I'm fine with pro-tobacco bullshit ads. I don't really care. I don't understand like the serious animus because they're like I don't know how it is over there in Brazil, but they're banned here in the United States. Like you can't even advertise cigarettes.
No, you can't do. It's the same shit over here. Although in Brazil it's kind of heinous. You put like dead people with necroses, pictures of dead people with necroses, like a blacked out lung, like actually.
Yeah, they do that in the TV ads here. They basically like, this is your lung where you smoke cigarettes, and it's like, I am someone talking on a machine. I smoked cigarettes for 50 years. Chain smoking. And it's like my grandmother.
I remember you going on a rant saying, I don't want to see this shit during dinner time.
Yeah, it legitimately pisses me off because it's in New York, especially. It's taxpayer funded. Like those anti-smoking ads exist. They target them at 5 o'clock when 4 or 5 o'clock when most families are eating, and they're gross as shit. And it's always they play them on the news channels, and it's like I'd be sitting there like having a family. Like I go over to my parents' house, we'd be sitting there having a family dinner, and it's like. I smoked for 40 years. Here's a look at my lungs. And it's like, God, why am I watching this? Like, what the fuck? Why are my tax dollars going to pay for this? Like, everyone knows what happens when you smoke cigarettes for 50 fucking years nonstop. Everyone knows. So I don't like anti-tobacco ads. They're always propaganda, and they're taxpayer subsidized or directly funded. And why aren't there anti-alcohol ads? Why don't we subsidize those too? More people are dying from alcohol than cigarettes, as far as I'm aware. So why don't we just bring back prohibition? Why not? It's stupid.
Well, because we could make bathtub gin. How about it? We can make some serious cash. How about that?
Well, that was one of the stupidest parts of prohibition. Is that like all you need is fruit. It's not hard to make. It's really not hard to make alcohol.
No, have you seen? I saw this for what you call it?
Yeah, there's like TV shows of like moonshine.
No. Article about prisoners making alcohol out of fucking ketchup and what it is, orange mix.
Yeah. There's jailhouse moonshine or prison moonshine or whatever it's called. I have heard of that because I've done tours of prisons. Let's ban alcohol in cars. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. And weeds. Ban the weeds. I agree. The Nazis did anti-smoking campaigns. That's true.
Guess I'm a Nazi then.
Oh, you shouldn't be anti-smoking then. I smoke on occasion, but I am lukewarm receptive to smoking. The problem is that you have your casual hipster smokers like myself, and then you have chain smokers. There doesn't really seem to be an in-between.
No.
And I will defend the hipster smokers such as myself, who do it basically out of boredom and because I think that smoking is in some way cool. But The only problem is that like you run into fucking actual chain smokers, and they're legit like gross, and it is an addiction with them where they have to constantly like I've investigated chain smokers where literally like on the hour they come outside their house and smoke a cigarette, and it's like
Yeah,
god
no,
damn.
I have friends who are like this. One cigarette is finishing, they light the next cigarette with the one that is going out.
It's also, and I will say this, in the United States anyways, it is an attribute of white trash. White trash people, ghetto whites smoke that way. They're chain smokers. They're also chain gamblers. If anyone, that's that to me, and I've said this in a previous stream, that to me is one of the grossest things that I see practically on a daily basis. Are dudes like, and women as well, showing up in like 7-Eleven, chain store, convenience stores, whatever, basically just like playing lotto tickets and playing scratch off tickets, like spending like $50 at a pop for like 30 minutes in the store. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Just go to the fucking casino. Like I said this to my father the other day when we were over at my house working on it. I was like, I saw some woman the other day in Sunoco or some gas station playing, like she played $50 worth of scratch off tickets. It's like, bro, that's like 30 hands of blackjack. Just go to the casino. Like, what are you doing?
No, that's the worst thing to do. Scratch off tickets are a vice, man. Don't ever go into that shit.
I don't. I think they're stupid, and I'll never understand it. But that is a legit addiction I see on a daily basis of typically older people. It's usually people 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s going into convenience stores and playing scratch off lottery tickets for like 30 minutes. It's bizarre, and I can't stand it. It's so trashy. It's the trashiest fucking thing.
I can imagine a stereotype, like the person gets like well, I'm gonna use a metric, like a liter or gallon, whatever, of big gulp, just stays there. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna get my tobacco smoke and my 50 pounds of sugar over
It's
here.
a conservative meme. There's a conservative meme that basically mocks poor people for having all kinds of vices, where they complain about being poor, but they spend money on cigarettes, which are highly taxed, which are expensive, beer, and scratch off lottery tickets. It's a conservative meme that I've seen mocking poor people, and I
I
can
didn't
say,
know I didn't know it was specifically to mock poor people. I just thought it was more about the optics of
no,
mocking more of a person with vices than
well,
actually being.
the issue is that I often don't see middle class people doing those things. It really is like I really mean this. Like I've met plenty enough people that are wealthy or whatever that smoke, but it's usually an office thing. That's what I've experienced. Is if you work in an office and you're like middle management or higher, and people smoke, you do it to fit in.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're going to be ostracized from company activities if you do so.
Yeah,
That will hurt you in promotions and everything.
yeah. But with people on the lower end that are poorer, they just smoke. It's not a social thing. They just smoke. They're addicted.
You said your dad worked in construction. I heard this in a lot of
Yes.
streams back
Yes.
then. Did your dad smoke or anything like that?
No, I know that my mother smoked a long time ago, but I don't think my father ever smoked.
No, it's because I can imagine like a working class person, like say for your dad, for example. I'm not trying to rag on you and anything
Yeah,
like that.
sure.
I'm just thinking of like an example, like for example. Yeah, you spent the day at the yard constructing everything. You're really fucking tired, and you just get home and light one, and it's like, okay, oh man, my
Yeah,
cigarette.
yeah. I hear you. Uh,
Because my mom had that thing for a few years. She
yeah.
was she was a teacher, but no, she's not retired. But and she had that thing. She would get stressed out after teaching because
Yeah, teaching's not a fun career.
yeah, class conditions were not the best, and then she'd come home and just light up a cigarette or something. It's like, yeah, all right.
Yeah. Well, I've already said, I'm not against smoking, so it doesn't really bother me. But that, like I said, there's a meme for that of people and their bad habits because it is one. But I have to wag my finger at Farsquawk. I'm not sure if you're in this chat, Farsquawk. I'm disavowing you. No, no decapitated furry heads, please. I'm disavowing you. I don't care. You give me a lot of money on Patreon, but I'm disavowing you. There, Farsquawk. I can't agree with your chopped off furry head. Karush said in the super chat, so where is your waifu, Louis? I thought your marriageability was going up. Also, good job, dumbass, with sinking your money in a house. Real estate is a bad investment. Better start stock investing now. It wasn't an investment, really. It was just I had to get a house at some point, and I got a good deal. So I bought a pretty nice house that had very few things wrong with it that I'm fixing up now. And it's costing me a few $1,000s to get it where I need to be, including appliances and that. But, I see it as a step up in the world. Like when you have all these like millennials, like I'm 29 years old and I'm still renting. I'm living in an apartment with 5 other people. It's like, well, I'm not that, so I'm fine.
Yeah, that video about that roast you did, I found it interesting as well because I had my I left the company, but my ex-coworker was bitching about, oh yeah, I can't get a good man to settle down. Blah, 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 blah. I'm 32 years old. I think I'm gonna congeal my eggs so I can have kids in the future. I'm just standing there thinking, yeah, that's because you only go for the men who treat you like shit.
No, it's honestly, I gotta say that may be true for her standards, but I do think that it's also like there's a lot of men that if you're dating a woman and she's like, "Oh, I'm very serious about my career," and she just says, and I've seen women do this too. It's not just that video. I've seen them do this. It's a specific type of woman who will say, like, "I'm not interested in having kids for like 10 years. I'm not interested in having kids." It's like in the case of the girl who was 26, I stressed the point there, but a girl who's like 32 is like, "Yeah, let me freeze my eggs." It's like, bitch, are you gonna be having kids when you're 60? Like you're 32. What are you waiting on?
There was actually a Brazilian news piece that came out about women, single women, like, yeah, my dream is to be a mom. I don't know why I made these choices. And they're 47 and they had their eggs congealed and they're having babies like right now without a dad.
Yeah, man, that's.
I'm just like, oh man, you're gonna fuck up these kids' head for the rest of their life.
They're gonna be fucked up. That seems to be one of the drawbacks is that like as time goes on, there seems to be like more and more consensus that the fact that like you kind of do need a mother and a father. And so it's not to say that you should have gay marriage or gay adoption illegal, but it is to say that it's going to be an uphill battle for that structure of a family because it appears to be that you both need a mother and a father in order to have the best effect. It doesn't mean that the kid's going to turn out normal, but it is your best chance. And
yeah, you want to maximize your chances.
If you care about the kid, that is.
Yeah, exactly. Then that's the point.
And
the same thing goes for men as well, because as you get older, I think DNA damage within the sperm also multiplies.
Yeah. I have heard that as well. Is that like the longer you wait to have a child, like it significantly increases the chances of like birth defects and that. But Ian Miles Chong just sent me one of his tweets where he responded to the Fox guy and said, saying, "Get out of my gaming circuit is telling anyone who disagrees with you, your political ideology, they don't belong here. Anyone who disagrees with your political ideology, they don't belong here. That video games aren't inclusive. It's the exact opposite of what is being a representative of the community is. Video games are for everyone." I mean, I agree. I mean, that's ultimately the problem. Is the whole issue of inclusivity and diversity and et cetera, et cetera. It's a red herring. It's a canard. It's not what they actually mean. It's just to take advantage of your compassion and use it against you as a weapon. It's all about control. It's never been about any of the things they've said it is. It's always been about control since day one. And everything that they do in terms of action displays that fact. You know, the way that you see inclusivity fall off a cliff and disappear from anybody's mouth is the minute you disagree with those people on anything, or you say why, then it's no longer about being inclusive, and they actively support discrimination against you.
Even if it's the most, let's say,
trivial difference of opinion.
Innocent, like for example, the person uninitiated within the culture wars. Why?
Yeah.
And they go on off you at a rant, and it's like, okay, I just got red pilled.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, I hope that is the case. I think in a lot of cases it scares people off, and they basically shut up. I think I see more of that than people getting red pilled, unfortunately. There's a lot of that in gaming right now, and it's one of the things I can't stand about the development community. I swear to God, like every person that is making games, like every developer in the industry is a fucking beta male. Like none of them have the balls to call out these people. None of them. And it's pathetic, honestly. Like I've had people DM me and private message me and say like, oh, Louis, you don't understand. There's so much at risk. I have a family, man. I have kids, man. But it's like, you're going to get bullied out. Eventually, they're going to realize that you're a dissenting voice. Eventually, they're going to realize you're a conservative. Eventually, they're going to realize you're a Republican. And boom, you're gone. You're gone. So why wait? Why shut your mouth, keep your head down, and not say one fucking word when eventually they're going to get to you? Okay. And by the way, if it's like, oh, long-term outlook of staying with whatever developer, name me a developer that isn't catering to this ideology more and more. And we all know what happens as a direct result. Oh, man. The fucking please wrap it up meme. That needs to become a bigger meme about the Fox kid. That's too funny. Wrap it up. That like someone needs to find that original wrap it up meme from Chappelle Show and mock that guy because he fucking deserves it. Notch has pretty much gotten increasingly vocal. He's pretty much out there basically saying like, if you're still on the left, you're insane. Like Notch is going all in.
Isn't Sweden still up to decide their parliamentary elections or whatever there are? They voted. I think they voted a right-wing government in, and they just don't want to accept the results.
I don't think they actually did. I don't think they actually did vote in a right-wing administration there. Because I remember watching a stream that
it's more of a question than anything else.
Paul Joseph Watson did a stream with the Angry Foreigner, who's a Swedish YouTuber, and he was like estimating that the right-wing party there was going to freaking storm the gates and get a lot of the votes. Like he said something like 30%, and they got nowhere near that amount. And there's a lot of weird things about that I'm not going to speculate into. But I've seen some things floating around about that election, and it looks really hokey. Like the polls were like way off, and they hadn't been before. And it's like, okay, that's really weird. So there might be some shenanigans in Sweden right now, but as far as I know, they haven't really shifted in terms of their politics.
Like Putin levels of turnout. Oh yeah, we got 140% turnout in this district.
I don't know. I'm not really sure exactly what's happened, but I've seen some things floating around about it, and it does look really weird. I know that with the French elections, there was allegations of like fraud and stuff, but that doesn't appear to be the case. In France, they just appeared to look at what's her face, Forget
It
the name
was
of
Le
Pen.
Pen and Macron.
Yeah, Le Pen. They looked at her and it was like, oh my god, she's so right wing, and it's like she's like a socialist too or some shit, and it's like wow, she's really right wing. She's like a socialist too. Like wow.
Le Pen, during our elections, Le Pen came out and she said, "Oh yeah, this Bolsonaro guy is too right wing," and I was
Yeah.
like, "Wow."
Oh man. Well, what's funny is that they went with Macron and basically Paris is in flames, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, that's what you fucking voted for, guys. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you put me in office, and it's just gonna be like, what I love is too is like what I can't stand about all the tariff shit in the United States is like Trump is basically raising taxes. It's like, oh, okay, so then we should have tax cuts then, right? We should have tax cuts. All right, let's start. The cigarette tax, the gas tax, the automobile tax, the plane ticket tax, the cell phone tax. Let's just go down the line and start cutting taxes. How about, that we tariffed $250 billion with China? Okay, let's cut $250 billion worth of fucking taxes. How does that sound? I'll take that deal. Because goddamn, now that I bought a piece of property, holy shit, have I learned the fucking lesson of taxation? Oh my god. The taxes and the fees and fucking everything is just insane. I paid like 10 grand in fees when I closed
Dude,
out.
that's insane, man. That's insane. No, it's too much.
Yeah. It really sucked. And I can tell you that like it's like obviously I still want my streets to be plowed. I still want my mail delivered. And I realize that you can pay contractors for that, but still it's somebody needs to be paying those bills. But the thing is that like there's obviously things we need, but the fact is that there's no reason why it should cost that much fucking money to just buy a house. There's no reason why that I need to pay like 30% tax if I want to buy legal weed, or 15 or 20% tax on cigarettes, or whatever the fuck it is, 10 or 12% on gas, 9% on fucking on a drink. It's not even a luxury tax. The sales tax in New York is fucking 8 point something percent. It's ridiculous. And it's like even with the luxury tax, it's still a regressive tax. It's like, oh no, it's targeted to the non-essentials. Okay, but why does it exist? What are you doing with the money? And honestly, my thing is that I think one of the issues that exists is in all of the different states that we have, in their state tax, there's federal tax. You should not be using taxes towards things that would not exist in a free market. If you were to just leave it up to the free market and that thing wouldn't exist, you should not be paying for it. Because the thing is there's plenty of things that even like the libertarians will say, well, obviously you need a military. Obviously you need a police. Obviously you need EMTs, even though many are privatized in the United States. You need hospitals. But if you privatized the entire medical sector, you're going to have hospitals. You're going to have all these different things that already exist. It's not a matter of the state funding it or not. It'll still exist, and people have to pay for it. But
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm gonna draw a parallel to that. Exactly. During the labor government here in Brazil, we started creating all these type of state-run companies and everything to allocate people within the party, the Labor Party, because it's like Venezuela in the sense of the Ocasio-Cortez kind of line of thinking. Oh yeah, let's just give everyone jobs. All right, let's open 500 new ministries. I don't know, what do these ministries serve for? I don't know. Fuck it, just give people jobs. Then the state is over encumbered, and then you get a person like Bolsonaro, who is like who is cutting ministries and wants to institute a ministry specifically to privatize sectors that are very, very, very tax burdened or very cost burdened towards the state.
Yeah, it's just kind of amazing to me that I just don't understand more and more. Like one of the things that I dislike is there's a lot of people, and it seems to be a common mindset, and I don't really understand it, where they rather than figure it out for themselves, they look for the state to basically solve it for them. And one of the things that I can't stand about like the issue with universal healthcare is like, dude, I've had healthcare like even when I was still on my parents' plan through Obamacare. That was one of the things they created was through Obamacare you could stay on your parents' insurance plan till like 26 or 27. I think it was 26. Um, Even then, I had insurance. I could have gotten insurance through my employer, and I was working part time. It's like there are jobs that exist that I realize that you can't get, coverage on, but it's like, then get another fucking job. Especially in this kind of economy that we're currently in, where like unemployment is at like 3%. Just go get a different job if that is a serious problem. I don't understand why people look to the government and say like, no, the daddy state needs to give me medical coverage. It's like, okay, how don't you have it? Do you have a job? Yes. Okay, what kind of job? Well, I'm a waiter. Well, how old are you? Well, I'm 30. Well, why the fuck are you a waiter at age 30? You're if that's a big of enough deal, get a different job. You can't be working a job like that if you need medical coverage. And if the thing is also is like if you're working a job and you can't afford to buy insurance because it's not offered, then you need another job. You need another job at that point.
Yeah, exactly. But when you also talk about, I think I'm entering in a whole another merit here, but also when you talk about costs, about insurance plans and everything, that also honerates the company, which might drive down incentives for hiring people. Oh, we're going to have costs with medical care. I don't know.
No, it's already very common with companies in the United States
All
to
right.
cover. It's very common, and it's off. It's completely what's the word? There's a specific word for it. It's not subcontracted. There's another word for it. It's basically you don't want to deal with it at all as your company, so you basically say, okay, we're buying all of our coverage from this other company.
Like it's subsidized to another person?
No, it's basically outsourced. That's the word. Thank
Yeah,
you, Gary.
outsourcing. Yeah, okay.
You just let another company deal with all the bullshit, and it's just you pay for it in part. That's all it is. And it's a lot simpler that way. Is let the insurance companies deal with medicine and insurance, and then you deal with whatever the fuck you do. And healthcare is just a benefit you offer to new hires. And that seems to be a fairly effective system. People are saying I should listen to this atheist guy in the chat. I'm pretty sure that's just a troll.
There aren't enough jobs for everybody, so telling people to get jobs doesn't solve the problem.
I'm pretty sure that that's just a troll account because it's like, dude, this employment is mighty low. This is the time to get a job. This is the time. Like, if you're gonna get a job, it should be now when unemployment is freaking bottoming out. It's not that hard. This is
Yeah, I agree.
an employee's market, so to say. It's a lot. If you were to change from job to job, now is the time. Because there's no excuse not to wait. There's not unlimited jobs. There's a finite amount of jobs. That is correct. And like that's not a point to make. I don't really know. I don't really understand what your point is. Unemployment, doesn't take into account people without jobs who aren't actively looking for jobs. Well, then what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do about people that aren't actively looking for a job in an economy where it's the best time ever to look for one? There are more people in the labor market than there are jobs in society. How do you deny that? We have over 3.5% unemployment, and people not looking for a job. Again, record low unemployment. Record low.
Yeah, I'd say that's low because right now over here we got 14 million unemployed.
Yeah, like it's like in fucking Spain, it's like 30% unemployment, for Christ's sake. And in Greece and in Italy, it's like 15. 3 point whatever is incredibly low. Well, you can't have, okay, this is the thing. You can't have full employment. We've tried that. That is what we tried. Like, we legitimately stacked policy to have full employment from basically the 40s to the 60s. It was unsustainable. It was unsustainable. It cannot be sustained. So the idea of actual full employment, it is a pipe dream. It will eventually collapse your fucking economy. It cannot last indefinitely. That was one of the big things that we had in the fucking 70s. That's one of the reasons why you had like all of the neoliberalism come in. That's why you had the neocons and neoliberals come out of the fucking woodwork, was because of the policy of full employment from the 40s. It doesn't work. It's not like ideally a bad thing, but it specifically in practice doesn't work. You can do it for several decades, but eventually it stops. Because what that is in fact economic protectionism, but even it's economic protectionism despite outside markets.
Like you said, if you're gonna outsource a whole shit ton of jobs to China, well,
if people aren't participating, what do you want me to do about that? Do you want me to force them into a job?
well, yeah, that's true. That's true. That would be authoritarian.
Like, exactly what do you want me to do to get people off their ass and looking for a job? It's a nonsensical position. You will give them an insurance. Fuck off. Fuck off. As though we don't have enough goddamn programs, enough handouts to people in this goddamn country. Okay, atheist, if you want to go ahead and pay for some bullshit insurance program for people that aren't even looking for a job, by all means, do that. Go pay. Go cut a guy a check for not working. I'm not fucking doing that. That's absolutely absurd. If you want a job, get off your ass and go get one. Unbelievable. Fucking insurance for people that, like, we already have unemployment. We already have unemployment for when you lose your job. And people abuse the shit out of that. People abuse unemployment consistently. I know people that I'm on a first name basis with that I know have specifically abused unemployment. And I professionally investigate people that abused workers' comp. You're telling me we need another fucking government program? Another government program for people to abuse? Spare me. Spare me. You know, it's enough. It is enough. You know, if you look at the different social programs that we have, they either work in practice or they don't work. That is one of the things you can watch happen over time. Public programs either work or they don't work. And one of the things that you can see is highways, despite, you know, laziness of workers or whatever else, whether complaints that you can have or tolls or whatever, if you have the state builds a highway, it works. They will maintain it and maintain it over decades without many instances outside of traffic issues. But all the different public programs that exist, whether it's Social Security, whether it's unemployment benefits, whether it is workers' compensation, go down the line. They are abused. There's constant fraud, and there's constant issues with cost. And that in the instance of Social Security, of which I'm not even against it, it is unsustainable over time. You cannot sustain Social Security indefinitely. It is impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible right now. Right now, one of the things we're actually having a hard time with is reforming the infrastructure. And when it comes to what's the name for people who get retired, the retirement programs, state retirement.
Pensioners?
Yeah, yeah, state pension years and everything. Apparently we're having a massive black hole in terms of money deficit and everything. So
yeah.
that's been a very sensitive issue
It's
in
happening
the past
in
2
Greece.
years.
It's happened in Greece. It's happened in France. It's happened in a few other countries as well, where they have like that kind of retirement pension program. And the thing is that, like, again, I'm not even against the idea of an old person pension program, and even like an old person healthcare program. But it's like the issue is that it's abused and it's not sustainable.
But that's exactly it. During our labor parties, again, I like to rap. This is my worldview on Brazil, by the way. There are going to be a lot of people who talk. If you have another Brazilian, if you eventually have another Brazilian on your streams or whatever, and they come in through the optics of the Labor Party, they're going to tell you all different kinds of different things I'm telling you. From my vision, I'm thinking more of a kind of a liberal, kind of free market kind of thinking. As the Labor Party would do it is kind of the Jeremy Corbyn thing also, praise Venezuela, have the state take care of everything, ask for the state to take care of you, ask for the state for everything, basically, that kind of ideals. The thing you were just criticizing right now.
Yeah. The thing is that, like, one of the issues that we have to deal with is the fact that so many public programs effectively are abused and don't work. And one of the biggest ones that I can continuously see, which I'd be interested to see that atheist, if you're willing to defend, is public housing. Public housing appears to be one of the least effective programs out there, where every single time you have the government just provide housing to people, they just become empty shells, gutted empty shells that no one wants and no one can sell, and just become empty abandoned houses or tenement buildings that are just unusable. And it happens over and over and over, and has been done for decades and decades and decades. And we still do it anyways. And my issue isn't to kick people out onto the street. It's the issue of, like, well, what do you do then? We know this public program doesn't work. Therefore, should we just keep doing it? Should we just keep continuing it? And I really don't think that you have I really don't think that you have I don't think you have a case for another government program to try to get people off their asses in an up economy. Hold on a second. I just got a super chat. Peter Zealand was right. Millennials are descending into get off my lawn conservatism really fast, just like baby boomers. Louis, you're not a Democrat anymore if you are critical of welfare. Well, like I said, I'm not against Social Security. I don't speak against universal health care outside of the fact that I say that specifically with universal health care, there are downsides to it. You can't just pretend as though that, like, you can hold universality as an ideal, but there's an incredible cost to it. It isn't just, okay, everyone gets free healthcare. That isn't what happens. It's not perfect. Universal coverage is great, but it comes with costs. And anyways, to the rest of your super chat, with welfare, the issue is that, like, I'm well aware that at least even with workers' comp, there's plenty enough people that go off on workers' comp because they get injured or temporary disability, where they need it, where they do get injured, and they definitely need it. But the fact is that there are just millions of people just living off those checks, whether it's from the state or it's from a private company. And they're investigated for the rest of their fucking lives because they're just living off of those checks. And I'm sorry, but it's like, if you look at that person and it's like, yeah, are there some pathetic instances of that where you feel sorry for the person? Absolutely. But I'm sorry, in my experience with it directly, it's not just me becoming a conservative. It's literally from my own direct experience of working in the field that the cases that get flagged for fraud, often cases it is either direct exaggeration. The majority is either direct exaggeration, which is fraud, or they are just outright making up the injury. Like, to the extent of they fell, maybe they injured themselves, they got right back where they had no surgery or nothing, but they're out on workers' comp for fucking 12 months. And they've been investigated every other week for 7 months. It's like, some of these cases I've investigated, it's been people on workers' comp for literally, I mean, they've changed the laws now, thank Christ. It's not good for my company necessarily, but it's good for the taxpayers. I've investigated people that have been on workers' comp and suspected for fraud for 20 years. And that's absurd. It's absurd, the idea that you, the taxpayer, is having to front the bill for some lazy fuck that just doesn't want to go back to work. In my opinion, like, you can say whatever you want to about me and label me however you want to, but you have to own up to the fact that welfare programs have a very serious problem, that fraud is very real. It does exist. I can demonstrate that to you, to the fact that my company is a globe-trotting, multi-million-dollar company that spends 24 hours a day. Not in every regard. There's other fields that they delve into, but a big chunk of the company is just in every state of the union investigating welfare fraud or workers' compensation fraud. Millions of dollars are spent by the private company and by states investigating fraud, and rightly, because there's red flags fucking everywhere. You can, like, when you turn to me and say, what we need to do is just give another fucking welfare program to these people. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, okay, look, so here's the thing. You create your stupid insurance program for people out of work, and all you're doing is creating yet another cottage industry of guys like me that spend every day investigating those people for fraud. That's what you do. So that's $1 million more on top of those industries where you're paying investigators to investigate the people committing fraud. It's not a good idea. It doesn't mean that you don't have any welfare programs, but creating more compared to where we are now is completely fucking ridiculous. It is nonsensical for you to do that. Because fraud exists, therefore, that's great reasoning. Okay, I think I'm done. They're atheist. I think I'm done. I've said what I've had to say, and you've not said anything against what I've said that makes any kind of sense to speak against it. It is just, it's not a tautology. It would be a truism. Because there is fraud, therefore. Well, that's fucking great. Thank you. Well, guess what? If you got rid of workers' compensation, my job wouldn't exist and my company wouldn't exist. Practically speaking, anyways. So that's the thing, is that it isn't just a matter of there is fraud, therefore. The fact is that if you get rid of welfare, there's no more welfare fraud. If you get rid of workers' comp, there's no more workers' compensation fraud. It just doesn't exist anymore. Is there still going to be medical fraud and that sort of fraud and medical insurance fraud and that sort of thing? Sure. But if you get rid of certain welfare programs and certain welfare issues that exist just by themselves, when am I going to sack up and join the FBI? I don't know if that's ever going to happen, because that only is a more difficult job. And it requires like 5 to 7 years of direct experience, or starting from the ground up. And I don't think I'm going to be getting that in that way at the age of 28.
Well, but it's a career to think about.
It is. I'm confident it would pay more, but it would be a harder job, and I don't really know if that would be the direction I want to go, because I already think I work hard enough.
Well, yeah, what you were saying. Those guys in charge of your schedule really don't seem that they give a fuck about your.
No, dude, they change it every fucking day at this point. They're pretty awful. The thing that Atheist said is that people go homeless. That's usually it. Yeah, a lot of these homeless people have mental issues and they're also on drugs. Tim Pool was homeless a couple times. Notice he's not a fuck up loser. So no, I'm not interested in giving more money to homeless people and to lazy people. I think there's enough means by which that the government offers for you to not be on the street. That's not even mentioning private charities, of which there are many, many, many. There are many private charities. So I find it hard to believe that in the modern world, where so many of these fucking so-called homeless people have fucking smartphones and shit. It's like, okay, are you really taking, like, it's kind of a meme. It's even with the migrants, where I covered that Google video a long time ago, where Google had a bunch of like pro-migrant videos, and they were like setting up like fucking Wi-Fi centers for the migrants. It's like, oh, we're poor, we're desperate. It's like, why do you have fucking smartphones?
It's because of destiny, cheap iPhones.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Anyways, it's almost 2 a.m, so I'm gonna have to wrap this up. Is there anything else you want to mention there, Basinski?
No, thanks for having me on. It's a great pleasure.
All right, thanks for stopping by, man, and we'll talk another time.
Oh, by the way, since it's already past midnight, it's December 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man, American history, dude.
December 7th.
December 7th, 1941.
Oh, yeah.
All right, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm not a history major, but yeah, thanks for stopping by.
No, neither am I. No, just because sometimes I get these weird dates stuck in my mind, so I'm just like, oh yeah.
Remember the Japs. Remember what the Japs did.
So I'm gonna nuke you with waifus.
Yeah,
okay, there goes the Arizona.
The racial merger is on hold for today.
Yeah.
It's the law, federal law. Racial merger is on hold for today. Anyways, thanks for stopping by, Basinski. And I'll say to everyone in the chat, thanks for everyone stopping by. This was quite a long stream. I know it was kind of all over the place, but hopefully everyone appreciated it. Thanks for all the people that gave me super chats and engaged with me and provided information to me when I would forget it. And be sure to follow the links in the description, to follow me on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Gab, especially here on YouTube. Support me on Patreon and support me using my affiliate links. And once again, thanks to Basinski for stopping by. And
yeah, gotta thanks Louis for having my dead ass on the stream.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll talk to you another day.